I wish you a Merry Christmas. How you guys doing? Hope everyone had a good weekend. Been a few days since I've seen y'all. And we got a lot of fun stuff coming up this week. Pokemon trailer Yellow. Thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Appreciate it. So, what do we got on the docket for today as well as the rest of the week? So, if you were here last Friday, you'll know that we watched the 2017 recap from Josh, Reactception, something we've done on the channel for a while. However, it was extremely long, and we were not able to finish it. So I'll have that on later today. But first, we got the No Extra Deck Festival, which I imagine will take up a bit of today as well as our next stream. I will not be live tomorrow as I have some stuff to do, but Wednesday we'll finish up the Extra Deck Festival. We've also got YCS Bologna this weekend, and we will be commentating that live. So I'll wake up at a nice 3 in the morning for you guys, probably, maybe a little bit later. I'll definitely try to wake up as early as possible for Sunday, but we'll get a lot of games in for that weekend, so it should be good either way. And yeah, I mean that's kind of what we have lined up this week. I figured that is plenty of content for your satisfaction. Of course, good old Master Duel ranks and all the sorts. I'm not sure if there are any announcements for leaks or new cards announced over the weekend. I can check Master Duel meta in a moment. There's probably some Master Duel meme review shits which we can go do just to see how bad it is. Noir, thank you so much for the resub to Prime as well. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. But I got no other news. My weekend was pretty uninteresting. I went to locals, filmed a video for you guys. That should be up soon, hopefully Friday. And besides that, I filmed a tier list video for you guys. Did some sorting, and yeah, nothing interesting. All right, with that said, let's hop into some Master Duel meta. Let's see if they got any news for us to talk about. Dancing through the snow. Okay. Dolce primer, don't need this, don't need this, don't need this. Here's our meme review. And there was just nothing announced, right? Yeah, pretty dead weekend for Yu-Gi-Oh! Announcements. So, okay, we can just go straight into our meme review. See how bad it is. Before we begin, let's do a quick gamble. I know not many people are here right now because we just started. But for people that are here, let's do a quick prediction. How many times will I laugh? Why am I here at 44? Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it very much. How many times will I laugh? Let's go. This week it's extra bad. If you guys are coming here from Farfield, you've probably already seen some of these, but let's see if maybe I can laugh even less. I mean, once or twice. If it's really bad, then 0, because 1 is like what I do if it's normal. We've looked at these 3 times now. This will be the 4th time. 4, not really lucky number. Why not react to Farf reacting? That would be really funny. I probably should do that, but I feel like Farf uploads later. Maybe the future is what we can do. Not again. It's all part of it. All right. This is Beast Meme. This is how some of these announcements sound like. Donald Trump announces soul-eating Oviraptor to be head of the child. I've seen this. I did laugh at this when I saw this. Also, I hate you guys because people are laughing because it's like, haha, it pops the baby. Do you guys know what Oviraptor means or what it is? Like, not in Yu-Gi-Oh, like in real life. I'm curious. Like, let me show you. Oviraptor etymology. I'm sure that'll show up. Egg thief. Like, they're known for... I think this may have been debunked to this point. But, yeah, they steal eggs from other dinosaurs' nests and eat them. That's what oviraptors are known for. So... perhaps that's the reason why it's supposed to be like that. I imagine that's what the lore reason is for Konami designing the card this way, which I think is cool. This is a funny one though. But I laughed at it beforehand, not this time. Do I count it? Do I count it if I laughed at it when I saw it the first time? Popping the baby debunked, exactly. Count it? Count? Okay, sure. Nope. You voted 0, so okay. Yeah. I'll roll the dice, or I'll flip a coin. Heads I count it, tails I don't. All right, I count it. Saw this and had to draw it. What you got there? Bestial. Live twin blue eyes bestial. That's certainly a deck. Not really funny, but okay. No offense, we're not the same. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Me too. Yeah, I feel this. We've seen this one pop up a lot. Not this specific one, but like this format for a meme. It's a pretty common one. This is definitely me though. I'm the person on the right. You chose the wrong barrier statue. It's Earth's. Where's his back row? Sure. I mean, like, even if this was a fire statue, I mean, there's a moon mirror statue, I guess. I don't know, whatever. End board after I messed up my combo. Is IP into SP? Second. So IP SP is all we got. Who drew this? I mean, that's a good end field. You could do more, but okay. It only happened to TCG VTuber. You always give my VTuber TCG, but your departure hurts me. Wait, what? Yeah, I read this as well. Okay, so she just couldn't read. Is that the joke? It's a clip with music on Twitter. I don't want to. No, I'm okay. Resolved grasp of skull servants. Yo, someone took the time to draw this. That's strange. Imagine going +1. I love you in every universe. Draw. Isn't this bad? Draw 2 cards as a trainer. 3 mana. Where's Arcane Intellect as well? It's also 3 mana. Not really funny, but sure. Duality or dichotomy or something like that. Male, female. This is so stupid. These are so stupid. Drawing 2 is bad in Pokemon TCG? Exactly, yeah. They have draw 7 cards. Yeah, this is not a good card for him to show, Divination, right? Like, I'm sure there's better ones. Any government funds go towards acquiring the playset of Alter Live Twins. Evil Twins. Okay. Now you can't unsee. Is this a character from the show? Is this Jack Atlas? Anyways. Yeah, this is pretty rough. My body's a shield that turns a monster that would be destroyed into a monster. This is literally the one we saw last week. Clockwork Knight. Every body is a machine. Oh my god. Farfa probably had a field day with these. Gee, I wish there was a machine monster that would negate all spell effects in the field. Do you guys just find a picture you think is funny and throw random, like, words on it? Hoping this makes... Okay. When my opponent goes straight into their battle phase. Or only wussies are scared of evenly match. Evenly match is bitch shit. That card is terrible. And if that card is used on me, I'm winning the game. Use your battle phase, nerd. I get happy when they go battle phase. I'm like, yes. Waste your phases. Me orders food using VPN, my delivery guy in Egypt. Is this a thing you guys have done? Idiots. Fucking morons. Yu-Gi-Oh! Community never ceases to amaze me. I think I got this far with my stupid deck. Why is this funny? My feeling when my opponent activates Umi and starts pouring water on the table. Guys, like, I don't know if we have different definitions of what a joke is. This is like people getting drunk and saying things like I don't even. Where's the like intellectualism in here? It's just like saying words that like it's way too much like absurdist comedy, but it's not even a good absurdist comedy. Like I don't. Extinction on schedule. Missing a card with a cool name. Me after reading its effects. Nah, it should be like seeing a cool card art because there are a lot of cool arts, and you look at the card and it's like, damn, that's sad. Thank you, Google. What am I supposed to do against Maxi? Top draw the out. Fuck. Okay, you got me. Fine. Google says just draw the outs. Best answer. I mean, that makes sense. Last one got me. Fuck. All right, we're at 2. The single person who said to laugh twice wins. Becoming the joke doctor. Yeah, y'all need to work on your joke game. I don't like. Where's the intelligence? Has far from really corrupted everybody's sense of humor to lack any eloquence? Instead, we're left with fucking rotten, stinky turds. Ugh. Apologies. The sad thing is he's improved meme review. I'm sure he has, but it's still not good enough. You guys need to do better. I don't know how many of my viewers actually submit stuff to this. All right. And there was no other news, right? It was just that. Yeah. All right. Let's head into Master Duel. Master Duel. I think it needs to reboot the game. Yeah. All right. Let's switch scenes. Hallelujah. Didn't the song just play like 10 minutes ago? I feel like we're listening to it again. I love when my song, my playlist plays the same song twice. That's awesome. Are we pretending Master Red had better jokes before? No, I never looked at them. I have no idea. How's it going? We're chilling today. We are good. Notice version update. Anything cool? Patches. Okay, nothing really important. The extra festival new accessories. I don't care about that. Wallpaper is so boring. La la la. La 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 la. All right. What are the decks we should be playing in this festival? No, not this festival. I don't talk about leaks here. I do not want to get banned. For I am not an idiot. Or the loader decks this time around. We got Shining Sarcophagus. I was about to say, this seems pretty good. Why is there Magic Cylinder in here? Aquamirror's Light. So Ritual deck. Cool. And Therion Fighters. Okay. We can do the same thing we've done kind of all of last week. If y'all want to sub, we can play your deck for the next game. Assuming we own it and it's legal for this event. But so if any of the people who sub today, Trainer Yellow, Noir, or Why I'm Here, want to take a shot at it, feel free. Otherwise, what else do we build? True Draco, Shining Sark, or Grass. You cruise through with Dark Magician. I guess you can't. You have to build it very differently, but it's probably fine. I'll think of a deck. Sure. You already know Shiniest Sarcophagus. All right. I have to adjust the deck. No, not Motor deck. Because my deck has Dogmatica cards in it. So, Shining Sarcophagus. El Reptil, thank you so much for the sub. Ray as well. Appreciate both of y'all. We can add decks to the queue. So Maxie's banned. Super Poly obviously is unplayable. I don't know why it's even legal. So all these are goners. Yeah, that's actually a lot of the deck. I imagine you're probably want Cosmics. I'm probably gonna want fuck, I had a card in mind, I just forgot. Oh, Upstarts, because there's no pots. Dark World. Interesting. Okay. We're going to say Dogmatica. Extra deck is banned. Yeah, don't give me a deck that doesn't work, because I'll just say no. Like, it has to be a legal deck. I'll put a third Towns in the deck. I don't know what else to do. What other cards do I play? Ghost second Yubel's the thing. Ghost Ogre. I guess that's hand traps. It's fine. Ghost Ogre. I'll just play lands. I don't know if this is fine or not. Let's try this. The current threats now are Yubel, Bestial Control, and Shining Stark Mirror. Also, Chicken Game. I guess you can banish it, but I don't like doing hyper aggro Gandoras in turn 1. Uncomafreet? Oh, yeah, Uncomafreet is good. Okay, well, hopefully they don't have a way to stop Gadget Trio. Okay, no response. I'm just gonna get Future Silence off this for follow-up because I don't need anything. I guess we do this first, see if it resolves. Because if it gets Ashed, I'll search a second turn Silence. Alright, search for Future Silence. Set 1, set 2, set 3. I set this as well? Yeah, I'll set it as well. Also, we'll see new Vels. I don't own the cards, so no, unfortunately. You played Lady Lab Control? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. You just play Lab in general? What the? Oh, this is Therion? Just do this. Yes, give me levels. Christmas next year. Send a Therion from Neck to Grave. Enjoy, my friend. This is the pop card. Probably one Therion monster you control. No, this one. Oh, nothing really. Okay, I just negate this. I'll just Cosmic it and then hold the negate. Yeah. Okay. Regulus. There's the Therion King. Okay. We're singing Deck the Halls like Christmas at I'm just in the battle phase. Could have also drop footed. Baby, please come home. Archfiend's Advent. That's not bad. Almost without tributing, yes. It's not like Christmas at all. Where's the Thanksgiving music? What Thanksgiving music? Also, I'm not American. So I don't listen to Thanksgiving music. I have no need to. Droplet. I mean, whatever. Battle phase. Let's draw a bunch of cards. Yes, give me more power. You have Skull Servants? I do have Skull Servants. What about the Canadian Thanksgiving? Canadian Thanksgiving's in October, bro. That shit's long gone. Alright, let's draw. I love doing that. Yeah, bro, you Americans like, bro, we won all the world championships this year. And I'm like, bro, the Master Duel team was 2 Canadians. And the team and the player that won Rush Duel was Canadian, not American. You literally had less American world champions than Canadian world champions this year. Y'all claim anything as your own. We are not Americano. All right. We've also got, okay, so the Pokemon trainer Yellow said they wanted to play. They said True Draco. All right. I did want to try True Draco because we get to play the new cards, right? Or Masterpiece, I mean. I'll make Masterpiece. I've been wanting to do that. True Draco. Masterpiece isn't even legal. It isn't back in Master yet? I thought it was. Why did I think it got unbanned? Never mind. Alright, well, that's boring. I don't mind making these. Duality and Desires. And then Canada is just Commie America. Okay. What do I put the last card in here? Put a Stormforth in, I guess. Whatever. That's how you spell that. Good, I have exactly one. Alright, cool. We'll rock this. The Worm Trap, a Waterfall of the Dragon Souls. Uncommon Freed. Fuck, I forgot Uncommon Freed again. You guys are right. Walking in a winter wonderland. Alright, it's pretty good. And also to play Draco. I like this deck. Their deck is 60 cards. That's great. Reasoning. The fuck? Infernoids? Yeah. Walking in a winter wonderland. What the fuck? Ken and Gen? You telling me they have these shit ass cards in their deck and they didn't draw any? I'm about to get Talenced. The new Soul Exchange card is better than Stormforth, right? It may be. I forgot about that card. You just nice. Oh, discard entire hand, draw one. Okay. Great. Third Petrulia. What the fuck is their deck? Are they even playing Decatron? Fire Recovery. Another Fire Recovery. Ugh, there's Deviati. Dude. They played two... Like, there's no way they played two Kens. They just didn't hit them earlier. Right? Like... I'm gonna be so mad if this activates the effect. Okay, good. Your Infernoids are in the grave. 3 more. Draw. Droplet's not bad. Abstract Goblin. Duality. There's a Shrieking Return. Set. Almost summon tribute. No. Wait. I don't want to tribute a monster, though. I want to tribute this. Okay, cool. Let's me to read that. And then effect. Draw a card. Draw cards, yeah. Let's draw one. Another return. Okay. Back the tribute. Attack. If he goes to Aviati, I just don't want to have these set, so I'm just going to keep him in hand, I think. I don't know. I'll set the droplet. What in the 19th century music is this? This is 20th century, not 19th century, but it's a Christmas playlist. Oh, okay. I should have changed one of these. The fuck is this? That wouldn't make a difference. Why are they doing this now? Now they can't even use reignition though. Yeah, I'll place it on field. I have no Infernoids in grave, right? I drew Decatron finally. And Harmadic. Trulia. They must want me to pop it, but I mean, I'll still oblige. Banish for Deviati again. Banish from hand this time. Yeah. Draw. The worst. And he's locked under his own shit right now, right? He can't even summon because he's locked out of summoning Infernoids. Never mind, he's just gonna do this. Unk is gross. Armadic. Another reignition. Okay, like, can they ever just not mill 10 cards off this? Like, we've seen they play a lot of fucking shit monsters, dude. They're so lucky. God, Yu-Gi-Oh players make me mad. Never punished. Actually criminal. Yeah, they play fucking like 7 normal summons. How are they summoning this many cards constantly? Banish 1? Petrulia, okay. Nunku. Okay. And just chain target to revive, right? Let's keep him locked under levels, his own monsters, hopefully. Dude, this is not fair. This is so not fair. Life is pain. All right, draw. Great. How many Decatrons do you think they play? I'm curious. Another Apocalypse. Talent isn't very good in this. I think Talent is great in Draco. Draco's a go second deck. This is awesome. Just fantastic. Play versus fucking Time Lords. Bro, this is how I'm feeling right now. Okay, man. Go fuck yourself, game. This is so bullshit. My opponent draws every card they need. Meanwhile, I draw 3 fucking talents in a row. Holy shit, I can play. I can try. This doesn't do enough. They have to be really bad to mess this up. Well, let's see if they do. Did Heritage to draw 1? Nothing went to grave this turn. It's got banished. Damn, Maiden summon the other one. Or actually, this one's fine. Summon Deviati. Blow up the back row. Alright, they fell for it. No, they played properly. Damn it. Okay. Turn 15, by the way, because his deck is terrible. He's had literally the best luck possible and has still not won the game yet. Great. Life is pain. Turn off Christmas music? Sure. I'll draw Ash? No, I'm just dead. That was rough. All right. What did Noir say? Nothing today. Noir has not been here. Chat. All right, they can still tell me a deck. Why am I here? Said. Skull Servants? Okay. Turn on Christmas music? Ooh, time for some Christmas cheer again. We had a small reprieve, but we are back to the Winter Wonderland. And turning it off. Goodbye. Okay. How do I build this deck without tier cards? Skull Servant. Bum 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 bum. I don't feel like thinking. We're just gonna max these out. I know this is probably wrong. Uncomma Frit. 1 for 1. Oh, I can't even AI build this deck. Let's card. Let's get 1 for 1 here. I should have done that. Lights One engine? You don't have the extra deck though. I can't even use Minerva or Curious. Just charge? Yeah, probably just charge and like a Raiden. Danger, and there's no extra deck. It's not good. Horus? Are the Horus cards legal? Not really. Play 1 and 1, whatever. Grass. Okay, in my 40 card deck, sure, why not? That's terrible, but I'll indulge the terrible ideas for today. Watch it help us now. Play 70. Thank you. Helpful. I have a feeling we will be losing very swiftly with this deck. AI approves. It is AI approved. Wow, I didn't even draw good targets for this. Need to get white baking, right? All right. Impressive turn 1. 1 second, guys. All right, my bad. How to respond to that? Darkblade. Yeah, I'll just okay. Memento without fusions. Actually, that's kind of crazy, right? Nice bone party. Ooh. It's crazy. So I get White Prince. And I'll get White Lord, I guess. Send Prince. And send Deck to Grave. Okay. How do you still have a check mark? They don't have that feature in NA period, so it doesn't matter. Also, I don't know if Konami would do that for me because I'm not on the best terms with Konami. They didn't chain Bone Party Darkblade. It was the effect that pops the back row. Why would it have made a difference? They didn't chain it's the effect that specials from deck. If that's what you're wondering. Was Sleepy and all the other stuff were Infinite Forbidden. So is even playing Memento Fusion? Probably, right? Probably send it here. No. Okay, they have the field spell already, I guess. What do they have left in grave? Nothing? Okay. Combined creation. Not dead. Alright, well my Skull Servant's gonna be bigger than that, so that's fine. Alright, draw. Another White Lord. Let's return, right? Yeah. Mill 6 cards. Hopefully mill White Baking and or Prince. Okay, there's a Baking. Or I mean a Prince. I was gonna card destruction the 1 card away. I might. $10,000 attack points. I love it. Yeah, fuck it. Imagine I played for Zubel, I'd just be fucked. Valor? Okay. I'll just use this to revive King Skull Servants in my graveyard. I should have one. Just King of Skull Servants, right? Yeah. You can banish 3 and get a third one out. And then be at 6k. That's not even bad though. Yeah, I'll do that actually. I'm gonna swing into Imperm and just lose. It's gonna be so depressing. I could summon Lady in White. That would have prevented it, but yeah. I don't know. Phone party? Okay. What's card in hand do? It lowers their attack. Pseudo honest. More like dishonest, right? Or dark honest. Yeah, it would reduce this by 3,300. It's really funny. Helps us in Imperm. That was the idea. Yeah, that's why I didn't use it yet. Wasn't 10k game. It was 9k, not 10k. Oh, gains 1,000 attack the discard one. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, actually, you're right. Okay, I forgot that I wasn't counting the plus 1,000 I get by discarding it. Is my opponent here or what's happening? Are we just being held hostage? I hate when players do this. Okay. Let's revive one now. You will never beat my Skull Servant army. Face on lava. DC? No, because they weren't flashing there. If it was flashing in the top right, it'd be a DC or a quit, but it wasn't. Another effect failure. Still strong enough to kill your combined creation. What would be your new Let's Make It meta videos? I think what I have lined up. I have Flame Swordsman, then Ultra Athletes, and then after that is Symphonic Warriors. That's what I have filmed right now. And then I think after that I'm planning on doing a Obelisk Tormentor deck. I have not filmed that one yet. Veiler into card structure and a second Veiler. I mean, it'd be like that. It's not the end of the world though. Okay, horsey. Will you try Mech Knights along the road? I have no desire to do that, but if someone subs them to own the cards, I don't know what rarity they are, then I'll do it. But if they're ultras, then no, unless I pull them naturally. Mech Knights is just boring. I feel like there's nothing to it. It is, I don't know, like, Mech Knights to me have always just felt like one of the most boring, uninspired archetypes. I mean, it's my opinion, obviously, but I've never liked it. Flame Swordsman with or without King Emperor Charles? Without. I don't like playing with Infernable cards because at that point I should just play an Infernable deck. How's YouTube doing for me? It's been rough, not gonna lie. I'm giving myself until a full year doing it, which will be like January. And if things don't get better for me content creation wise, I'll switch it up. But yeah, November's not been good. October hasn't either though. So yeah. Sucks. Let's make Alistair meta. Alistair will be in my TCG video upcoming, surprisingly. Have I seen Peeps Flame Swordsman build? Nope. They had to pop 2 cards, so I could keep one of them. How did they deal with the last one, though, is the question. Give me the royal. Yeah, they left me the royal. Thank you. And with that, I grow ever stronger. And 2 from Neck to Grave. This has a grave effect. Lose 1,000 attack. You think that'll stop the king of the Skull Servants? Fool! If videos get 30 to 40k views, how is that not good? They don't. You should look at the statistics. The good ones do, but they don't all do that. My current video I posted today is currently 10 out of 10 right now. Yeah, a video from Friday with Josh was 9 out of 10. What does this add now? Surely you're supposed to add this, right? I don't know. I was gonna reset this. Sure. And reset. Okay. You wouldn't focus too hard on immediate result. A lot of videos build up slow over time. Shit expected to do was 10 out of 10. But we have different channels, Farfa. I posted a budget video. That does not do well over time. Like, I've been doing this for 8 or so months. Like, I'm not completely lost in how this works. Some videos, if they don't do well immediately, will do shit. The videos I do for Master Duel, which are like the Let's Make a Meta, the Rogue decks, those, when those start bad, and they often do, usually recover. So those ones I don't freak out about. But when the videos that are meta relevant do bad initially, they just die altogether. They do nothing. That's my problem. I feel like competitive TCG right now is just in a terrible spot as well with how pricing looks. Tournament results are just down. I don't know if I should just be like, I don't know how much of a contributor that's counting towards, but I just don't know if I should just stop doing TCG content. Like, it looks worse as well, but it's just doesn't. It just probably isn't. I don't know. It may not be worth doing at all, which feels wrong because that's like what I am as a TCG content or a TCG player. But I don't know. Thank you for the sub, Primera. Shaira, thank you so much. You can add your deck to the queue as well. We'll play it. You definitely wouldn't make content because you feel forced to? Well, I wouldn't make more Master Duel content. I'd just make less content. Because I think there's only so much you can do with Master Duel. Am I just using this here? And then he goes pop. Yeah. Because the mace is gone. And try push for lethal here. Wait, I'm supposed to go for this? I mean, it's the same thing. This one's the better one, I guess. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, I'll lose. Fuck. Damn, my card destruction helped them so much. Master Duel's so bad now because of Tenpai. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of also been a pain in the ass to deal with, but it's a lot less of a problem than my TCG content has not been doing well. Yeah. Alright, we lost. Unfortunate. Creating IRL content comes down to more passion and new star releases hype than anything. Yeah. I mean, I just stopped doing locals vlogs because those are a lot of work. Like going to locals and recording over it, I just won't do that anymore. I don't like going to locals. After playing Yu-Gi-Oh on stream all day, the last thing I want to do is go to locals, to be honest, and play more Yu-Gi-Oh. And it's legitimately a huge pain in the ass to find cards in Canada. Because I'm playing rogue decks, I'm not playing real decks. Like it's been such a nightmare finding shark cards. I think I finally have everything I need, but like it's taken me 3 weeks. All right, next on the list we got Ray. I think Ray said Dark Magician. Or let me check. Oh no, Dark World, right? Okay. I show my Skull Server. Nick, don't play this. I do not know how to build this deck. I was just rushing. Watch Dark World does not be illegal. Wait, do I even own these cards? Actually, mine does not own these cards. Yeah, Ray, I'm sorry. I thought I owned these cards. I just don't. I have 1 Graph as 0 Rainbow, 0 Gates. It's just not playable. Let me know a different deck. El Reptile said Danger, like pure danger. Sure. Just big monster danger deck. Pure dangers. This is actually fine 3 of. Desires. Brow. Cannot type. And Beast. What rarity should all be? Is it a rare? Is it a common? It should all be banned. Just should all instead. That's a normal. Interesting. I guess it's fine. Just play pure danger. No allure. You'll play allure. Probably should play allure. El Reptile. I haven't said anything. You get to pick a deck. I was seeing if you said anything, but I don't think you did. I was gonna check your messages. If you have a deck you want to see me play, you get to pick the next deck for subbing. All right. Oh, it's the loner deck. You don't get blamed for dangers? No, this was Rayborn. He's ahead of you, so you're next. You don't get blamed for dangers? I like dangers. It's hand rip? Are you kidding me? That sounds fun. I love this. This is awesome. I love getting my hand ripped. Yu-Gi-Oh's awesome. Cancer. All right. Brow. Okay. End scale. Effect. Let's go Thunderbird. Sundarbird. Hit the brow. Ooh, baby. I'm insane. Draw one. Draw two. Mr. Foot. I think we hold off. We just summon this and go danger zone. Okay. Well, that was easy. All right, Reptile, you're up next. Yeah, any deck? If you have nothing, we'll skip it, but you can feel free. And Shaira, did Shaira say anything either? I didn't see, because you're the next person up. Is VS playable? I do not know. Good question. Let's take a look. Go to the next person. Cool. Appreciate the sub very much, anyways. Vanquish Soul. I mean, there's no rock, but we can give it a try. I only have 2 Caesars. Somebody playing 2. I would play 3 though, otherwise. Yep. And then we need... Is Kashtira cards legal in this? Basically under Shifter. Yeah, I know. Okay, Ash Blossom. Bestial. Durendal. Reinforcement of the army. Is Flu legal in this? Probably not. That'd be kind of insane. Let's check. Fluanderies is missing just the quick play spell, which is pretty big. Three of the revived spells for fundies. Sure, man. Free Pantera, why not? Because it works with Durendal. There's our Vanquish Soul deck. No Dreaming Town? Yes, I noticed that. Yeah, and in terms of content, like, if it doesn't work out for me, I'll have to switch to, like, maybe 1 or 2 videos a week only. Because that stuff's a lot of work, and it's expensive with the editing as well. And I'll just focus on stuff that works better on my channel. Because otherwise, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. You can cope with Ultimate offerings instead of Dreaming Town? That sounds terrible. Please, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. You can add a deck you want into the queue as well, and we will get to it next. This matchup is fucking rough for this deck. I only played it when Rock was legal though, but maybe that changes it. But it was bad when I played this against Milano in the TCG. Because I played Shining Star versus Milano's Vanquish Soul, and I got fucking destroyed. The girl is mine. Dude, MJ is the GOAT. That's like smooth voice. Bestial Control? What does that mean? Bestial, I guess I'll figure out what Bestial Control means, but I don't really know. The girl is mine. Mirror Jade is the GOAT. All right, that's deserving of a nice 30-second timeout. Do not say MJ's name in vain. I'm joking, obviously, but they'll be back soon. This message got deleted. I timed him out for 30 seconds. This is the joke. I'm a lover, not a fighter. She told me I'm forever lover, you know, don't you remember? More marshmallow. Why are they using it now? The girl is mine. Why do you never get timed out for such short times? Because you're not your first offense. You're like on offense 400. You should be lucky you're not banned. Which deck will win Weiss's Blown in your opinion? I think the meta is frequently open, or like decently open. I think it will be a Snake Eye variant. Of which particularly, I'm not sure. You sure this Yugi deck is not good? I think it's solid. I think this card's not great. As much as I love Marshmallow, it's not great. Let's line it up here. Here I'm gonna get Xiaolong. Xiaolong. No, I don't have a way to fucking trigger it, right? Oh, Ass Blossom. Never mind. Ass Blossom. The thinking and a response. So I have to attack that, so I can't even do anything, right? I just can't be killed by battle. So let's pop this shite. It stops targeting on his cards, right? Yeah. KH Flow, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Next deck, whatever I deem the most fun. I don't even know what I deem the most fun in this event. I think no VS targets. No, I was more so checking for Durendal, making sure that I didn't have to, if I Durendaled my own card if I get negated. Because equips spell target. Like, I couldn't go Durendal target his, because he would be able to negate it. Search for Raisin, and I mean, I really don't have much else I can do. Set face down, and call it a turn. They're playing this? Okay. Flute is the Duke of Soul. 5,000 attack points. Wow. Draco isn't Draco Floodgates pretty fun? We played it and we got fucking destroyed by a Saki Infernoid player. It was rough. So do you think the last card is Turn Silence is the question? Oh, well the answer is that. Wait, it's just gonna die immediately. Okay. All right, so once again. Pop, okay. And do I just take this? Because I can't block everything anyways. Yeah. Does work the damage step? It does. I mean, this blocks the rest of the attacks, though, still. They're good targets engraved for this. I mean, if they're selling swordsman, sure. Maybe I shouldn't summon it here, because there's a chance I summon Raisin there. I mean, I'm probably summoning Raisin here, but... Shining Sark. I mean, I have to pay half the life points, right? You can go turn silence though, which is pretty annoying, I guess. Pardon me. Which they probably should do. Maybe I'm supposed to ask this. Do you have Ravil and Haman? Yeah, they're super rares. Plus, I made a video on it on the main channel. Let's make a meta series. Bum 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 ba-da-dum bum. Stream label active. It is, yeah.
The deck can still affect.
Oops. What do they add? Turn sounds, right? Okay, yeah. Draw, stake your soul. This is a very good draw. Guess you would say they have phantasms, yeah. The card is pretty good, but Backing the Beast and Spirit Gates have been hit, right? It's kind of lame. Bro, just click fucking effect. Just click the trigger so you gain attack. Or just quit. Okay. That was fun. All right. Pliz said bestial control, right? Wait, what do you say? Oh, it's alone. Yeah. Okay. Bestial control. Bestial control. All right, bestial. Rebellion, Baldrake, a couple regains, you know. I only have one. Sure, fuck it. Two of these, why not? Yeah, not a royal rare. I got a free pack for that. Nice. I have max bestials now. Cool. I need ways to mill. I need Veilers. I need Upstart. Ghost Ogre. Safer. This is so shit. And then Ravine. Chaos Space. Yeah, Chaos Space. And then let's throw in one. Let's put third regained. Why not? There's our deck. It looks awesome. All right. Play Albalos, unaffected by extra deck monsters. That's incredibly useful in the No Extra Deck Festival. How did you know about that strategy? I didn't even draw any Bestials. Can Safer add itself? Can, right? Value. That's a Piri Reyes map. This just gets Yubel. Trailing one card combo, like, bro. I trying my best. It's hard out here. It's a hard knock life. I gotta put that on now. Oh my god. Okay. It's the hard knock life. What else you got, Misaki? Surely I draw a Bistro, right? Geist Grinder Golem. Unlucky. I must not let them get the Nightmare Pain. Can I turn this to defense mode? Okay, I can. Are they gonna make a play or what's happening? Their hand is Lotus and Unknown. Let the man think streamer is using his time. Bro, I don't like sitting here doing nothing. I have like what's the word, ADHD? I don't actually, but I don't think I do, at least. I've never been tested, but the thing is I need to be engaged. I don't want to just sit here and ponder off. It's bad content, right? You were thinking about Nightmare Throne, little shithead. Bro, fucking Yubel always draws like Spirit Gate's Throne. Like, it's so frustrating. You have the daily quizzes you could do. Yeah, but I have to chain OBS scenes and I have to fucking tab out. Like, it's annoying. I need more monitors. Bro, Saki, man. It's not that difficult to play this deck. You have 2 monitors? I have 2. I need 3, though. You want to go play Wordle while we're waiting? Oh, as I fucking tab out, he starts playing. That's awesome. Summon Ubel. Great. Actually, Nightmare Pain, douche. Show me your last card's Nightmare Pain anyways. Maybe he times out. Yeah, he's not even disconnecting, right? He's just taking forever. I don't even want to ogre this because if I don't do it now, then I'm never going to be able to, is the thing. No, but it's still not worth it. Let's return that effect, right? Okay, nice. Thank you. You want to keep attacking for no reason? Unphase, revive, untribute. Hakuna Matata. Scoop phase incoming. Why didn't they just tribute this? Alright, whatever. And then I'll get back Samsara. Take him throne for thing nuke the field. Why? I guess they could do that. Doesn't seem good though. How have they not timed out? Okay. Jewish worm. Banish this shit. Draw a card. Another Ghost Ogre. Let's get Mag. I should have attacked this first. Not attacking. Okay, there we go. You're playing Levineer, right? Nope. I am not, in fact, playing Levineer. Can we even out this? Yes. It'll just be incredibly, like, long. But we can. Do that for turn. All right, let's switch back. There's no justice, man. I swear. You had it already, right? No, we discarded it for opening. There's no way they just did that. Are they stupid? That has to be the worst play I've seen today. Greedy ass motherfucker. Maybe he had 2 if he discarded it. Why would he pay 4,000 life points to search a card if he already had it? And clearly this guy's not above making bad plays, though. Now they make Vardris. Yeah, and the no extra deck festival. These trigger if they're sent? No. Nice. Didn't even gain 3,000 life points. Let's do this. Draw a card. Get Libellion. Draw. Upstart Goblin. Sure, whatever. This point we should be chilling now. Uncommon for it. Okay. Draw a card. Effect. Special summon. Effect. Send. Use this, I'll Ghost Ogre it. Place Branded Beast. Then we'll use the effect. They can draw Yubel. Does this pop any card? No, only opponent controls. Okay. And Baldrake. Cool. I mean, they will eventually lose this. They should just be kind of locked in the Tsukiyomi here. There's no card they can get to get them out of the situation. Wait, is this only the main phase? Oh, fuck, I don't know that. Sure. Got Kiss Emperor Dragon. Yeah. I probably should have asked that, actually. Distribute over this. Right? And I can always stop it. I mean, I might as well play some of the regain, just walk out of my deck. Get the Druid Worm back from the grave. Cool. Couldn't we bestial that? We could. Now we make Nightmare Unicorn? No, in due time. Bestial Control. We can make the Bestial Yubel miss timing. Exactly. That's literally the game plan that I have in mind. Bum, ba-dum, bum. I mean, I don't want to let him play in the main phase, so it doesn't matter. It should be the monster. Yep, nice. And all 3 spirits are gone, right? So we just go turn to attack. Bestial Control, baby. That run greedy play cost in the game, it absolutely did. Because we were close to stabilizing when they did that. It took a long time, but we got there. Okay, that was the last deck in the queue, so unless there's anything else, we can switch over to our reaction content. But quickly before that, in case you get any subs last minute, we can we'll do a quick Gamba. How many ultras will I pull? I'm gonna start the Gamba now, and yeah, we're opening some Thunder Dragon packs. You show the list. The list isn't good. It's literally just every Bestial, a bunch of branded spells, and hand traps. That's all the deck is. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we have to create a Thunder Dragon Dark. And perhaps we'll pull a Royal Rare Colossus. That's the goal here, at least. Alright, generate. Damn, still not Royal. Glossy. We're still going for Royal Colossus. Indeed, we are in fact still going for Royal Colossus. The Colossali of the Royal varieties. Can you refund your points so you can gamble more? Wait, why? How about you just win? All right, let's start. Let's go into this. Royal Colossus, here I come. One day, man, I'll pull it. I will. I must. Who just messaged me? Koaki Miru Drago. Cool. You're calling pack 6. I think it's nothing. I think we got nothing. How about we pull the thing you vote for? Glossy again. Dude, where's my Royal Thunder Dragons? What giraffe? Yeah, I'm gonna get Royal Rock cards. Royal Watt cards. Royal Rot cards. Tongue tied up. Next 10 packs. Brew, if I get no ultra rares again, like, this is the second time in a row we've done this, I'm gonna be so fucking tilted. Not Royal, unfortunate. This is depressing, guys. Why does this always happen to me? We got an ultra. Stake your soul. Great. Will you be doing a viewing party for the upcoming YCS? Yes, we will. Great. Why do you vote for 3? You should know my luck has been rather shit lately. Royal? One ultra rare. How awesome. I realize the searing pain. Oh man, my gems melt away into oblivion as I have nothing left. I am but mere mortal. Your points? My gems! Fuck your points! I don't give a shit about your points. Oh, man. All right. Oh, yeah, I pulled up Wordle because I thought we were going to wait for the UBL opponent for a year. Want to put the Wordle real quick? Let's play Wordle real quick. No, I don't need a hint. So my friend group always starts with Wharf. We've gone over this. So this is where we start with. Probably starts FR. So frack? Freight? By frack. Nope. Frail. Dun, 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 dun. That was quick. A fraud? A fraud? That would have worked, yeah. All right. Wordle's really quick, yeah. You want to do connections as well, quickly? New York Times connections? Connections is more interesting. All right, let's play. If you're not familiar with this game, you have to get the categories. It's 4 categories of 4. Okay. Horseshoe crab, hermit crab. I don't know any of the crabs. Spider crab. So there's probably another crab, right? Is it a fiddler crab? Is that a crab? Could be a crab. I'm fucking insane. Internet. High speed, no. Die, ladybug. Dalmatian. These are black spots on them. Dominoes. Okay, so black spots. And a dice. These are just like, yeah. All right, cool. Easy. This one was an easy one. You got purple frame 1. If it's nature related, I got that shit instantly. Like, I do a lot of my free time I spend just like learning random shit about science. Specifically, I like linguistics and history and biology a lot. So it was one of those 3. I'm pretty well off. All right. Fuck. Oop. Nope. Talking to getting monster. Nope. That's not it. Nope. Nope.
It's that time of year, Phil.
That's so many fucking tabs open. I don't even remember this. All right. This is around where we were. All right, guys. So just a reminder, this is the 2017 recap. We started this last week on Friday, but it's 3 hours, and we did not finish it. Where we left off, the first half of 2017 had concluded, and we were about to get links the first time. All the WCQs are finished, and the World Championship is coming up, as well as everything that comes afterwards. 2017 is the year I went to Worlds for the first time. I did the Worlds points race, although I still had not really traveled outside of the Northeast that much until after Nationals here. And I'll get more into that storytelling, because what's fun about this is we can get a perspective of myself as I went through this year, because obviously if you just want like a subjective or an objective view, you could always just watch straight up The Law. And speaking of, so let's go make sure we give likes and subscriptions to the original creator, The Law.
Season the same.
Make sure that you guys go give him credit as well. Thank you for the sub, Baitmaster. And then of course with Josh, because we are doing a React to React. And you'll get the React section from both of us giving our experiences throughout the 2017. So I think Link Monsters release is where we were.
Hand banished to get there. This was.
And then I think it all looks good. So let's resume where we once were.
Lead into the gear starter deck, and with it would come a fundamental shift to the game as a whole that many players weren't quite ready for in many ways.
I remember unironically
Link
enjoying
Strike.
this
Release
structure
date,
deck in the
July
mirror
21st,
matches.
2017. Set type, starter.
Okay, now we've got to have the Link Monster talk, guys. We've got to have the Link Monster talk. It's here, dude. Multiple years of recaps, and now we're at Link's.
Deck.
It's
Major
crazy to
strategy,
think Link's
cyber,
just 7
Link.
years old, right?
Impact, a shock to the core of the game. Link Strike would be the precursor to the first set of the new era, and with it would come the new extra deck monster category of Link Monsters, and a shift to the game's rules colloquially referred to as Master Rule 4. With this change, the pendulum zones would be removed from the board, instead now treating the left and rightmost spell trap zones as
good
your
change,
pendulum
fuck
zone,
pendulums.
and new zones above
All my
the
homies
center
hate
left and center
pendulums.
right columns would be added, known as the extra monster zones. With this change, from now on, a monster summoned from the extra deck would now be required to be summoned to either an EMZ or
Yes. So if you aren't familiar, pretty much synchros, exceeds, and fusions followed the same restrictions that Link's had. So that only changed in 2020, I believe. 2020, right? Yeah, 2020. And as a result, a lot of these decks that would revolve around them got a lot worse. And the idea was to slow the game down, and it worked for 2 months. For 2 months it worked. And we'll get into that. But okay, so to give a refresher for you guys from what happened in the past few months leading up to this, right, this is when Zodiac was on a tear. And as Zodiac didn't get hit on a ban list at this point aggressively, it was still very much the best deck. And with the new Master Rule, it was still the best deck, but it was toned down drastically in its capabilities. And as far as Zoo formats goes, I think the one post-Link era is my favorite because it really wasn't that absurd. It was way slower than other stuff.
to a zone the new monster category of links have an arrow pointing towards. This meant that overnight, fusions, synchros, exceeds, and pendulum summons from the extra deck no longer could be used in the capacity they have
Pendulums
been
was terrible.
standardly for the past 15 years of the TCG,
That's just not
and
true.
that change would cause a massive amount of backlash upon initial announcement among the more casual bases of the game, as it
So I'll say, like, I mean, saying this change was controversial is probably even an understatement at the time. But like, I almost want to say there were maybe two camps in this situation. Like, there was obviously the one side that just didn't want this change to happen and viewed it more as like, oh, they're trying to shove Link monsters down our throats. They're trying to force us to play these new cards and stuff like that. I don't like that. I just want to keep playing my synchros and all that. I don't want to play those new cards. And I don't want to be forced to play those new cards. And so they hated it before it even happened, to be honest. Like, a lot of people,
that's people in a nutshell, though.
They weren't even interested in even trying whether the game would get better or worse. They would just be like, you know what, I don't want that to happen. I'm not gonna try it. I'll just like fuck that. And then the other camp was more like, I'm gonna, because there was at the time, which it might sound weird from today's perspective, but at the time there were already concerns about the game turning too fast, which seems to always be a thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! And power creep. Like every year, people are like, okay, now it's getting out of hand. Like people said,
it's getting out of hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is beyond redeem. And one of these days that might be true, but yeah, I mean, it's everyone always with all their doomsaying saying the game is dying, which is why I typically don't buy into it. However, recently the bigger issue has been the price point thing. I think legitimately has had an effect on numbers. And it compounds. It's not some people will quit because of power creep. Some people will quit because of price support. But a majority will be because of the pricing thing, and it all compounds together into a negative sentiment. That really does hurt Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah. The thing is, as long as the cards, the disruption tools balance out the combo power, it's fine. Like, Tier is by far the most broken deck, but because it can check itself pretty fairly, it's not actually a problem how powerful it is. The issue is Snake Eye can't check itself, which is the fucking problem. And that makes it kind of annoying. But I'll let Josh continue on his points. Maybe it's something else to add.
Said that in 2008 when Phantom Darkness released. People said that in 2013 when Dragon Rulers released. People also felt that way in 2016-17, right? With like pendulum combos and Zodiac combos and stuff like that. People were like, okay.
Pendulums were like really fucking divisive for very obvious reasons. What do you mean by check itself? Like, the mirror match is healthy, right? You don't need to rely on shitty non-engine to beat it. Or you need the non-engine to actually be effective against the deck, right? Where, like, cards like Veil and Imperm are your best bet versus Snake Eye, but they're not even good. It's kind of like gambling. It fucking blows.
The game is getting faster and faster. I would like it to slow down. And technically, the extra monster zone inclusion into the game did do something in that direction, right? It was,
For 2 months, I'll remind you, but it did. It really did for 2 months.
yes, of course, it encouraged the use of link monsters, but it also did at the beginning, before the link monsters turned broken, it did slow
After 2 months.
down like the combo potential and all that kind of stuff. Did that necessarily make the game better? I wouldn't say so, because like it just so happens that the top decks at the time, like Zodiac and True Draco Zodiac, didn't care that much. Like you could argue the first version of Zodiac, the one that tried to do like fusion sub combos and stuff with multiple rat peers and tried to summon multiple exceeds, that version of the deck would have cared way more about this change, and it would have slowed it down. But the way people play Zodiac at this point in time is already like way slower, right? Like people already try to do like
It does make a
Trident
difference,
plus
though.
Masterpiece or something, which doesn't conflict at all. Like people literally just kept playing Zodiac at first with this change, right? It was
Yeah.
just like a slightly different version, because you
But it was
couldn't do
healthier,
everything
which is
that
important.
other versions of the deck could do, but like True Draco Zoo was still possible. Dryden Pass with some non-engine was still possible. It didn't change fundamentally, right? Like it was,
I disagree with
Yeah,
him. I think it
I don't know.
did
So
change.
my opinion.
I think it did change the landscape pretty drastically, and it felt like the 2 months between, or maybe 3 months, but the months between CIBR Circuit Break and the links were really good, actually. Like the game slowed down, it was interesting, and it felt like there was more dynamic and counterplay to a lot of options. But Circuit Break is when it just kind of descended back to the point where it was before, where like the whole caveat with links being a slowdown of the game, where links would have to be seen as a thing to facilitate larger extra deck combos. When the links themselves are the broken cards, which they would later become incredibly quickly, that's when it no longer slows the game down. And yeah, that was the problem. I actually felt like there was a pretty reasonably sized difference in the zoom mirrors pre and post the links, because it was a lot easier to slow your opponent down, as well as you had to be more careful. There were more counterplays, right? So you couldn't be as aggressive without risking like losing to Book of Moon or Floodgate Trapple type cards, because you had more choke points now, which can be a good thing and a bad thing. But I think in the case of the zoom mirrors was actually a good thing. It hurt Draco Zoo very little, which is not a big problem either. I think it obviously wasn't like a huge change. Like Zoo was still the best deck, but I think it was still a net positive. And then this short format that appeared right afterwards, which is the Pendulums, was good.
At the time, which is all I can really do, is give you the context of how I felt about this. I always try to look at changes to the game in a positive way, and I thought like, okay, well, if they're trying to slow the game down a little bit, that's fine by me. I didn't really care that much. I was like, you know, whatever, let's just see, because I'm the type of person, I don't care which cards they force me to play, because I'm going to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh anyways. I'm going to play with the newest cards most of the time anyways, like, you know, like that's just how it works for me personally. So that part didn't really bother me. All I care about is it good for the game? Like, does it make the game better or does it make the game worse? If it makes the game better, even if I have to pick up new cards for it, I like it. But that is obviously subjective. I definitely see where people are coming from that are like, okay, but now my synchro deck is virtually unplayable, and that is my favorite deck, and I want to play it, and that sucks, and that is also completely fair enough.
And yeah, I guess I never really considered the pet decker argument, where the pet decker is kind of just their deck becomes invalidated, not even by balance, but like the state of the rule of the games of the rules of the game, which is like really funny.
Did it make the game better in the long term is an interesting question, because that is, I mean, I think those are two different questions, because link monsters themselves did not like ruin the game or anything. It's just that how they overpowered some of those link monsters was definitely not necessary, and not always were link monsters good for the game, right? But like the thing that you have to realize is like the link mechanic was always going to be the most generic extra deck mechanic just by design, right? Link summons are the easiest ones to do because they don't require a specific type of card. You don't need a tuner, you don't need two cards with the same level, you don't need, you know, scale setup. All you need is monsters on the board and you can access your extra deck. In my opinion, what they didn't do, or what they didn't do properly, was realize how dangerous that sort of mechanic is and how important it is to balance those cards properly.
Yeah, I mean, like, so the 3 cards on screen right here are, I think, balanced well. I think these cards are incredibly like appropriate value for Link monsters. Decode Talker is a card that was playable, right? Like its effect is not useless. And there was a payoff to summoning or playing it, right? And there were other Link monsters around the same time that felt the same. But it did get out of hand quickly is the problem. Master Duel could do a Master Duel 4 festival. That'd be funny. I wonder if they'd ever do that.
And that, I think, is not inherently the fault of the link mechanic. It's more so the fault of the people that made the link mechanic and then did not design cards properly for it. So, like, I don't know. I think the change itself is fine. Although I think the way we have it right now is still better. I think when they went back on this, was this Master Rule 5? I always mix up those numbers, but the one where now Link monsters have to go into the extra monster zone, but synchros, exceeds, and stuff and fusions can go into any zone is good, because ultimately the thing you need to realize is that the rules we play by, of course they matter, but they don't matter in the sense that you can make broken cards and you can break the game no matter what rules you play by. Even if Link monsters didn't exist,
Sure.
they could be printing cards that would be insanely broken and break the game and power creep
Yeah,
the game.
I mean,
and
think of pre-Synchros, pre-XYZ, pre-Link, pre-Pendulum. There's Chaos Emperor Dragon from 20 fucking years ago, right? Like, can service cards can and will just always exist if Konami wills them into existence?
all that kind of stuff. No one is stopping them from doing that, only because theoretically Link monsters weren't existing, right? Like they did that before Link monsters too. We looked at formats where freaking game-breaking cards come out that completely dominate the format. That happens before and after Links. It's always about like how you design cards more than what the rules of the game are, because no matter what the rules of the game are, you can either design balanced cards for those rules.
I'll also add that there are like plenty of pseudo links beforehand, right? Cards that were essentially just links, like contact fusing. And this is where like Team APS head is everything is homo video, where he means homogeneous. Well, Colossus wasn't before this. I'm talking about before this. But like, so like it wasn't a concept that was completely immune to him. If they wanted cards to exist in that type of fashion, they could have made it work, right? Colossus is just a Link 1. I mean, pretty much.
Rules, or you can design cards.
Zodiac should have Link 1s. Yeah, exactly. Literally exactly, right? Like, Konami will find a way to make it work. You can always design cards to bypass game mechanics in weird fucking ways. Like, there's this spell card that never got printed, but it's in the anime that has, like, Link arrows. Like, you could probably make that work to Zulkin. Exactly, right? Like, I think I don't have a problem with Konami doing that, those type of effects, but I'm saying if a card needs to exist that'll be broken like that, they can still do it even if links don't exist. Typhon. Yeah, there's many examples
That are completely bonkers and broken. It's always more on the card design aspect than the whole like the rule set of the thing. Like they could have just not made some of those broken ass Link monsters and it probably would have been fine all the way through. Of course, yes, there are some mechanics that are more dangerous than others. That is also true. The Link mechanic is the most generic one, so it's the easiest one to quote unquote fuck up with, right? Like it's the
Pendulum's
easiest
also
one
pretty easy to fuck
make
up
a
with.
mistake and be like, oh, we didn't see this one interaction that makes this card completely broken. But for the most part, when they're making broken cards, I personally think they know what they're doing.
There's no way they knew what they were doing when they made Firewall Dragon. I refuse to believe anybody knew what they were doing when they made Firewall Dragon. Their card is such a tumor on the game. It's not possible, right? It's not possible.
Want that card to be that good, and sometimes I disagree with that decision, right? I sometimes think you shouldn't be making cards that are purposely that broken.
Effectively made many strategies completely unplayable under these new rules. As for the new links, each have a summon requirement and a link rating, sending monsters equal to the link rating to the grave to perform a link summon, which you can use a link monster as multiple monsters equal to that monster's link rating or as just one. These links have two distinct features that made them heavily different from previous monster categories, those being a lack of defense value, meaning the monster could not be played in or changed to defense mode, and the addition of link arrows to the card itself, which denotes what additional zones can be used to summon extra deck monsters to while on the field. At this stage, we only had 3 Link
What speed do I have
monsters,
it on?
all sporting the new monster
Okay.
type of Cybers. Link Spider is a Link 1 that takes any normal monster, which
Cybers!
can include tokens, and can special summon a level 4 or lower normal to a zone it points to from hand.
Yeah, I
once per
forgot this
turn.
is always
Honeybot is a
the
Cybers
Cybers
locked Link 2 that gives
concept.
monsters it points to battle destruction immunity and effect targeting protection. Decode Talker is a Link 3 that takes 2+ effect monsters, gains 500 for every monster it points to, and can negate an opponent's card that targets your card by tributing a monster it points to. On initial inspection, Honeybot was discarded immediately, Decode was slotted in as the token Link for decks to use, and Link Spider probably had the most talk surrounding it thanks to its ability to convert tokens into Link material, which brought back the classic DM
Oh, Jama support.
era staple of Scapegoat into the conversation as a massive Link material swarm, but also go through the
I made a lot of money on a Scapegoat as an investment. I think around this time, so April this year, Ultra Rare Scapegoat from Retro Pack, very hard to get card. They were about $80. This is how I made a fair bit of money. When I started off as a vendor, as I'd find investment buys, cards I felt like would be better in the meta in the future. I'd have penny stock ones and then the high end ones. $80 is all they were. This is before cards really popped off. The market wasn't as big. Some cards I made money on just because the card market like exploded. And what I did is I just played so many locals. And Toronto, I've talked about it before. Toronto in this area, the tournaments were really good, and I got a lot of store credit. And I would trade in and buy cards. And then in the regional grind, I would also I would kind of filter stuff. Like one of the hustles I did the entire time when this regional grind to fund it is every single second I had between a round, I would go through dollar boxes and through the showcases of all the vendors, and I'd reference buy lists from stores at Toronto, and I would see anything I could make a profit on, and then I would do that. And sometimes it'd only be like a 50-cent profit on a card, but I'm like, well, I'm going anyways, 50-cent profits, 50-cent profit, and I'd run it. And that was literally partially how I funded these trips. Stuff like that. And then I'd also accrue some investments. And when Links got announced, Scapegoat Ultra Rare was one of the investments I got. It was really hard to find those cards, so I only got around 9 or 10 of them. Where some of my other investments I had more, but I got about 9 or 10 Ultra Rare Scapegoats, and those I tripled up on probably around. That was very nice. But that was a lot of how I traveled back when I was a kid, when I was 17, 18, 19. Was because that's like before I did like more volume based vending, where I had sealed products. That was my strategy. Was I was just very involved and competitive, right? So I try to be ahead of the trends, and I grind the small things at these regionals. But up until like 2020, that's what I would do at events. Is I would go to the dollar buckets that these stores would have, where it's just all these random bullshit foils. And yeah, I would just look through it, see if I can find anything to make money on. Scapegoat was good. The Link era provided a lot of opportunities for those type of investments. I'm trying to remember what other ones I got. I know I had Block Dragon as well. That one never panned out because it got reprinted before it was ever playable. But that was a penny stock, so I didn't really lose much on that. Gofu was a common. I don't think I had that. I don't remember, but I know there were some cards that really spiked up a lot because of links. Because it was an entirely new mechanic, of course, right? I think that some tokens became significantly stronger. Tokens, of course, weren't useless beforehand because they were still very good in a lot of synchro strategies. So cards like Dandelion were just kind of ridiculous. But this was like what cemented it as being kind of unfair. What about Senate Switch? I never invested in that. Actually, so I had those. Around 2015 to 2017, in the Northeast area, there was one of the vendors, I think it might have been PES, one of the vendors that would do the regional circuit and the YCS circuit always had a bucket of Cyberdark Impact packs. And it was very funny because in that pack was terrible on release. That pack on release back in 2005 or 6 was terrible. There were no good cards in it. So there was a shit ton left over later on. And because the collector market hadn't popped off yet, no one really cared about those cards. But later, as some of the old cards in that set became meta relevant, specifically the Barrier Statues, Instant Fusion, and Vanity's Fiend, and Black Horn of Heaven, all those cards started being playable. that pack, which was worth literally $1, you could open up, pull the commons, go to the other vendors, and sell them the commons, and they'd buy it for more than the pack was worth. So that's literally what I did as well. Every single event, I would just buy a bunch of packs, open them up, pull out the good cards, and then Chain Strike, Accumulated Fortune, and Snipe Hunter were also commons that are worth something, and I left with a lot of bulk. And guess what else comes in that set? Senate Switch. So I actually did have a bunch of Senate Switches. I made only a little bit on them because like I just dumped them at the lowest possible price. I could not care about them, and I thought that card was terrible. But it is a card that I had, not because I bought it as an investment, but because I just pulled a bunch while trying to pull barrier statues in Cyberdark Impact, which is really funny. But that set was like a gold mine back in the day if you were around for like the 2015 type of era. And that definitely like a large part of what got me jump started into my business.
The Vague Shadow became a 1-card decode talker with Link Spider converting the tokens.
The fact that that's even remotely worth mentioning is like, I mean, yes, it did that, but like a 1-card decode talker really.
Which would actually see some play for this period. This initial week period of Links wouldn't last long, as the next core set would release 2 weeks later, and with
they were
it,
still
the
weak here,
archive
actually.
era would come to a close,
The next
and a new
core set
era
didn't
would
make too much
begin
difference.
for better and for worse.
You remember people talking about that set being one of the worst of all time and looked at it and saw a bunch of good cards and got confused? But yeah, remember, what Instant Fusion, what were you doing with Instant Fusion on release? Black Horn of Heaven is only good on inherit summons. So there were no synchros at the time, there were no exceeds at the time, no links at the time. So the only thing it hit it doesn't hit anything. Lovely Eater is a different set. I'm sure unless you're talking about something else. But yeah, I mean, there's many sets that have been like that. They end up aging better over time, but we're not good on one release. Like, ironically, so the GX era has a lot of really, really bad Yu-Gi-Oh sets. Cyberdark Impact was deemed one of the worst, out of the worst, way back then. But historically, it's actually one of the most impactful sets in Yu-Gi-Oh's past, especially in the GX era. And you wouldn't have thought so. And they're all just commons, all the good cards in there. I also made some bank off of just pulling some ulti first dead cards in there. But like they were worthless, so I just kept them. And then when eventually the whole boom happened in collectibles, I had like Ultimate Cyberdark Dragons. And the packs were first edition too. And I was like, wow, that's like $300. And like, that was free. I had like 2 of those. They were really hard to pull, but like I'd opened like probably 1,000 packs, so I had them. That was fun. It was good money. I miss that. When I could just stumble across good opportunities because people were oblivious. Nowadays, though, if people are too informed, you can't like get come-ups like that. Or maybe I'm too antiquated, or I'm not looking for the money or the grind as much.
Code of the Duelist.
Bomber Dragon, my love. This card is so underrated. I love this card.
Release date, August 4th, 2017. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Trickstar, Goki, World Chalice. Impact.
Oh, I'm gonna throw up. I forgot Goki was a nuanced tier. Oh, I hate that deck so much. And I'm one of the pioneers of that deck. I really one of the people who pushed it, but fucking Christ, I hate Gokis. Trickstar 2 I hate, but just because of Droll and Lockbird reincarnation, but that's it.
Guys, guess what the most relevant Link monster in this set was on release?
Mrs. Radiant. Yeah, Firewall. So the Firewall's biggest problem is it required 4 bodies, right? So you needed ways to get into it fast, which is what the then further links would do, right? Cards like Isold, Electromite, and Double Helix, that's its name, would help you enable it in a faster method. Because that was the thing holding back Firewall from being broken. And people identified that pretty early on. Bomber was an okay card as well, but yeah, no, the best card here is Mrs. Radiant for sure.
The tone of the next year. Go to the Duelist would be the first set of the new Vrain's era of the game, and as such, it had a lot of pressure placed on it to deliver
Because it's not Firewall Dragon.
or die. As with the previous era start Duelist Alliance, the meta completely warped around its contents. So how did it do? Trickstar would be a new series of fairies aimed at winning the game.
I fucking hate this deck. God, this is such a terrible time for Yu-Gi-Oh!
A death by 1,000 cuts scenario. Literally, as almost every Trickstar card would have a small burn effect added on as a reactionary effect to most
I mean, Death by 1,000 Cuts, or Droll Reincarnation.
Yeah, that's the
Or
problem.
as an additional effect to their standard effects. Lily Bell can summon herself if added to hand except by drawing, can attack directly, and adds a Trickstar from grave to hand on dealing damage. Lycoris summons herself on a quick effect by bouncing another Trickstar to hand, and burns the opponent for 200 every time they add a card to hand for each card. Candina searches a Trickstar card on normal, and burns the opponent for 200 every time they resolve a spell trap. Holly Angel is a Trickstar locked Link 2 that burns the opponent for 200 every time a Trickstar is summoned to its zone. Give Trickstars at points to destruction immunity, and gains attack anytime a Trickstar deals effect damage to the opponent equal to the burn until the end of the turn. Light Stage searches a Trickstar monster on activation, can
This
lock
card's
a set
actually
spell
good,
trap
though.
while it's on the
Powerful.
field until the end phase, at which point it forces the activation of that set or sends it to grave, and burns the opponent for 200 anytime a Trickstar damages.
It's really deceiving how powerful an effect this is, but yeah, it's just Rhoda with another effect, and then it's also compounding damage. This card was so good. And it's just supporting caster cards isn't great, but fuck, this card's fantastic.
Them. Lastly, Reincarnation banishes the opponent's entire hand and has them draw the same number of cards, and can be banished from grave to summon a Trickstar from grave. Wait, what? Yeah, so if it wasn't obvious, there was a massive outlier in the Trickstar card effects, and that was specifically in Reincarnation. Banishing the opponent's hand, regardless of if they get a new one or not, is an incredibly useful and powerful effect to have in your arsenal.
Just banishing the hand is not a big deal. It's the droll. It's the droll. It's droll. Like, you could play it could be annoying to get your hand banished, but that was just a reasonable trap card. And it was fine, but yeah, this was kind of crazy.
And that or not part is actually possible to pull off thanks to Droll and Lockbird, a hand trap from all the way
Fucking
back
so
in
there were-
Star Strike
yeah.
Blast, able to lock the opponent from adding cards from deck to hand for the turn after they've done it once. A common concern would be to Reincarnation after the first search, then chain Droll, locking them from being able to draw after banishing their hand with Reincarnation, which almost never actually happened due to needing two specific cards to pull off, but was still a theoretical concern sitting in the back of players' minds.
Wait, what do you mean it didn't happen that often? It literally happened all the time. It happened way too often. It was a huge part of 2018. It was so frustrating.
As for the Trickstars themselves, well, a solid starting point was seen here in a clear direction
At first, it didn't, because Trickstar was unplayable. Sure. The interaction definitely came up a lot.
for the deck was present, it was just too early to tell how this one was going to play out, though more solid support could easily push this deck into a meta contender. Goki was a new archetype of Earth Warriors that all share an effect to replace themselves with a search for any Goki other than themselves when sent from field to grave. Super X specials a Goki from hand on normal, Twist Cobra tributes a
I hate
Goki on
these
quick
guys.
effect to boost another
I
Goki
hate
by its
this
attack
set.
that turn,
This
and
set
the Scorpio
ruined
can normal
me.
summon with no tributes if you control no monsters or all Gokis. Great Ogre is a Goki locked Link 3 that debuffs all monsters' attacks by their defense,
Dude,
and can
the
pop a
Goki
card
links
points
don't
to
matter.
instead of itself on an attempted destruction. Lastly, Rematch can
It's a lot of foreshadowing in this set. Looking back at it now, little did we know when this set came out, right, guys? Little did we know.
summon 2 Gokis from grave with different levels in defense mode. An incredibly simple archetype on paper, but the ability to cycle for other monsters when sent from field to grave for anything made them an incredible set of cards specifically for Link climbing, or using as continuous material to make higher and higher Link monster ratings. While not quite there yet in terms of support to be meta, it was clear that this was going to be an archetype to watch in the coming months as more support comes down the pipeline, as it was clearly going to be one of the better decks for summoning Links with. The Supreme King archetype would get 4 new variants of the Dimension Dragons. Odd Eyes and Scale contribute a Supreme King monster to pop itself in search of 1500 or less attack Pendulum from deck, contribute 2 Supreme King monsters to summon itself from hand, doubles the damage dealt by pendulums battling monsters, and contribute itself in the battle phase to summon 2 Supreme King Dragon or Gates from face-up extra deck. Dark Rebellion is a Dark Pendulum locked rank 4 that can detach in battle to steal the attack of its combat target, dropping that monster to 0, and can return itself to extra in the battle phase for the same
This card
summon
is
effect as Odd
a
Eyes.
little
Clear
playable,
Wing
I
is a
guess.
Dark Pendulum locked level 8 synchro that nukes the opponent's face-up monsters on summon, pops the monster at battles to burn the opponent for its
These cards are
attack once
cool.
return, and can summon itself from grave by tributing 2 Supreme King Dragon monsters. Starving Venom takes 2
And here's the tumor again. Remember how we banned Tyrant Neptune because it copied effects? Let's make one that's easier to summon. Konami's such a fucking idiot company this time. Holy shit.
2 Dark Pendulums, can summon itself from the extra by tributing materials, can copy the name and effect of any monster on field or in grave for the turn, and deals piercing damage for the turn that it does. These 4 were
Why does it also do piercing, by the way? You know how stupid it was when you scapegoated and you just go, so if you don't know, the Lurlisk effect not only does it burn, the Lurlisk guy also gives you 500 attack times your level, which is 8, and then also makes you unaffected by the card effects. So you become a 6,800 unaffected by card effects piercing guy that wants to turn burns for 4,000. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That totally wasn't game over.
All pretty solid additions to the Pendulum Magician deck at this stage, all being easy summons with incredibly powerful effects, but one of these was bound to cause problems. Starving Venom's effect was almost identical to the previous Tyrant Neptune's, meaning that the assembled Nightingale burn line was once again available, and far easier to pull off now as a proper FTK, as Starving Venom's effect copy is not a hard once per turn, with each copy able to burn for 4,000 damage, only taking 2 to end the game. Luckily, this was held back a little by the recent Master Rule.
You know what the most frustrating thing about this entire combination even was? Because if you remember, Nightingale does 500 times its level, right? It was exactly 8,000. Had they just thought about it for one moment, this could have been a level 7. Then it would have been 3,500 times 2. They could have made Nightingale 400 times the level. Then it would have also not been 8,000. No, this had to be a level 8. And Nightingale had to do 500 per level. It's just so annoying that it was exactly 8,000. Like, there's just certain type of effects in Yu-Gi-Oh that you have to be more careful with than others as a card designer. Like, if you have the ability to copy another card's effect, you need to be careful with that. You need to take the time to look through the card pool and be like, hey, which card could maybe become a problem if I copy its effect? Or maybe you slap a once per turn on that thing. All of those things, realistic ways to, you know, solve.
But it says once per turn, Josh. Not once per copy. Oh god. Making it a 7 might have still been a problem because it's an Xing and a Flare Metal. Flare Metal is still easier to deal with because it's not, a Phantom of Chaos be like, exactly, yeah. I don't know. It was more of like a slap in the face because they'd also just banned Tyrant Neptune.
Of the situation, but rather, you know, they just don't do that.
4 changes, but was bound to be an issue in the future if not handled relatively soon. DDD would get a few more combo pieces to add to their
all right. Hello, my friend Caesar. Might be the only person who likes you.
growing arsenal. Vice-Typhon contribute a DD on normal to summon a level 7 DDD from deck, and engrave Confusion
I have
summon
no
a DDD
idea what
by
these cards
banishing
do.
materials from grave, including itself. Gus King High Alexander is a level 10
Caesar.
signature that gains 3k if there are 3+
Dean Smith foreshadowing. Let's go.
DDs on field,
Unchained foreshadowing, you revisionist.
and can revive a DD when another DD is summoned once per turn. Wave High King Caesar is a fiend-locked rank 6 that can detach to negate and destroy anything that special summons a monster, then boost itself in another DD by 1800 that turn, and searches a dark contract when sent to grave. A lot of new powerful options for the DDD pool, but unfortunately was held back massively by the new Master Rule changes, needing some kind of easy access link to do anything.
Oh yeah, DDD just got completely destroyed by that rule.
World Chalice would be a pioneer in what I'm going to refer to as the lore
It's like what
archetypes.
I
Those being a series of
It's like
multiple
it's so
archetypes
bad.
all tied together under a centralized lore that plays out over the course of multiple years of the game. As for this one, the archetype is centered around 3 normal monsters and crowned, chosen, and beckoned by the World Chalice, which are important for this in that they are normal monsters with World Chalice in their name. Guard Dragon can be sent from hand or field to grave to negate anything that targets a linked monster, meaning a monster that has a link arrow pointing to it. It can be
Is Bro chewing on sphere mode, by the way?
Grenade, I think. I don't
or is
know.
it? That's not sphere mode, right?
Eating
Surely
grenade.
not.
He's just that badass. He eats grenades for breakfast. Grand Magi 112. Dude, I wasn't even making it an EU versus NA thing. It's like you got offended immediately and had to protect yourself. I wasn't saying anything about EU players. Y'all get so defensive right off the bat. Like, there are a lot of shit decks that have won throughout NA and EU, so I'm not making that comparison. I know better than to do that. And as somebody who's played in every region, I think people fucking make too much of this region versus region bullshit war. Because, like, there's no reason to, but, yeah. How did this win, though? I have no idea. Still have no idea to this day.
banished from grave to summon a normal monster in grave to a zone a link monster point.
Do you want to read a scientific paper on stream like the impact of getting a max seed? What? I guess we can do that afterwards. Did you soul charge a lot? Should have played a different deck then. I don't know, man.
Points too. World Legacy World Chalice would be the first of the new World Legacy archetype, meant to be an anchor archetype between the various lore archetypes that will be trickled out over
The most underrated world champion deck. Nobody would give 2 cents to say World Chalice will win Worlds at that time. It didn't. When did World Chalice win Worlds? It won a YCS.
the coming core sets. It contributes itself when a monster is summoned from the extra to send that monster to grave. If it leaves the field after being normal summoned or set, summons 2 World Chalice monsters from deck and can be banished from grave to search a World Legacy card. Imduck
Is this the start of the lore plague in Yu-Gi-Oh? I mean, not really. Not really, no. I mean, we've had lore decks before this, but I guess what you're referring to is like, yeah, lore decks that would receive continued support over the period of like a year or 2. Yeah, I guess, kind of. But like,
It might be.
I mean, in some ways, yes. In some ways, no. The way
A
I
dual
would
terminal,
say
yeah.
it is like at least the way I remember it, this was like the first time that like main sets, right? Main Yu-Gi-Oh sets introduced something that had a lore behind it, and that lore would be carried out over like a year or two or even longer, right? Like World Chalice, Branded, or like Albaz, you know, Visa Starfrost, and now Diabell Star, that kind of stuff. Like those lores, I mean, if bro, just tell me what other ones you can think of. I'm not saying it's the only one I can. This just I'm saying it's the only one I can think of that went for this long. Because like other like Shaddoll, for example, right? Shaddoll didn't get support for that long. And Zodiac
I got support for 4 sets, but like it really petered out after 2. The third and fourth wave were almost nothing. Perhaps.
also didn't get support for that long. I'm not saying they're the first lore decks, guys. You're not listening. I'm saying they're the first ones that got continued support over and over and over and over for like 2 years straight.
Shaddoll, Cleave Forward, Zephyra. Yeah, I think that's a fair case as well, but it is a little bit less.
Not like I am aware that other decks have lore behind it. All right, like I know that.
Don Stylo, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you very much.
Like, but I mean, like the ones that they made in the main sets. Like, surely you can see the difference between like how Visa Starfrost was handled and how Shaddoll happened back in the day, right? Like Shaddoll were introduced and then they got some support in like the next 1 or 2 sets, and then maybe, I mean, years later they got more. But like the Shaddoll deck as it was like finished after a couple of sets. Whereas like Visa Starfrost went on for like almost an entire year. It's like
I mean, but you can make the argument that Shaddoll went on for a full year as well, right? Because Shaddoll was Duelist Alliance, which is August 2014, and the next challengers had like El Shaddoll as well, and Shekinah and such. And then the following January set, Secrets of Eternity, you had the Equip Spell and you had Wendigo. They were bad cards, but there were Shaddoll support. And then the following sets, which was Cross Souls, had Anoia Tillis. So you got less as far as support goes, but there was constant support for 4 consecutive core sets, which, I mean, does constitute a full year in the game, right? It was less so, but it did exist.
Diabell Star right now still getting support after.
There's also the Draco Slayer, right? Like Draco Slayers into True Dracos and True Kings. That lore lasted, I think like 4 sets probably. It's 4 sets as well, right? So, you know. But they put a little more focus onto it starting with Legacy, I think, undoubtedly.
After, like, Snake Eye is over a year old at this point, and we're still getting Snake Eye support cards. That kind of stuff, right? Like the first Snake Eye cards, when did the first Snake Eye cards come out?
Agov.
End of 2023, right? Like before YCS Bologna 2023, we got, we already had Snake Eye Ash and Diabell Star, Age of Overlord. Technically Duelist Nexus, right, with Subversion, but that it wasn't really a lore deck at that point yet. But like, that is over a year now, and it's still gonna get more support even in 2025, right? Azamina, Supreme Darkness. So like,
the stuff getting connected. But that's what I'm saying. The Draco Slayers count, right? Because you got Draco Slayers, you have True Dracos, and you have True Kings, right? That's 3 different archetypes. Mad Specters as well also play a role into that, right? That one does feel kind of connected. I don't know if there's a proper lore behind it. It probably is. I don't know much about the lore, but that one feels like there was a fair bit there. Dynamist as well, Ignites as well. Yeah, they all play into the lore at least a little bit. I don't know if they all used to, but yeah, Zoos too. Do Zoos fit into that? I don't know. Do Amorphages fit into that as well? The Zodiacs are on diagram? No, you're tripping me. There's no way. There's no way. How have I not noticed that? What the fuck? And Crystron's as well, right? Crystron, Metal Foes, and Zodiac. Today I learned. Interesting.
that is definitely different from how they used to do it back in the day. And I think World Chalice might be one of the first examples of that, where like they started with Code of the Duelist, and World Chalice just got more and more pieces every single set. For I don't know how long. I don't know how long. And that is something that, I mean, it depends on the lore whether you like it or not. But I certainly think it's another one of those things I think the concept behind it is cool. I like that, you know, decks come out and they're not immediately dropped after 1 or 2 sets. You know, like I think it is usually worth it for a cool concept to keep working on it set after set after set. It is a dangerous.
Yeah, they should do that with the new Crystal Beast lore, right? Right, guys? Crystal Beast lore, we need that with Ojamas.
Thing though, when the deck is already strong from the get-go, like what we're experiencing with Snake Eye at the moment, for example, right? It's dangerous because Snake Eye was already good on release, and it just doesn't stop because they keep making more and more and more and more stuff that goes into Snake Eye decks. And so, like, if you're not a huge fan of Snake Eye, well, shit, because it's been the best deck for the entirety of 2024. There was not really a moment.
That's pretty depressing, right? Now you think about it. Holy fuck! Is this like the longest reign a deck has had? Bro, that's rough. You would like a lore about the politics of the Ojama country. True.
In 2024, where Snake Eye wasn't the best deck, except for that brief period in time between a ban list and Rage of the Abyss, right? And that was like, it doesn't even matter if you like Snake Eye or not. That's not what it's about. It's more about, like, from a competitive balancing standpoint, domination is something that happens very easily when you set yourself. I feel like you set yourself up for trouble in that kind of scenario sometimes. I think other examples though are like fine. Like this concept can work out fine. I'm gonna. Some of you are gonna disagree with me on that, but I think Branded is a deck that was a good example of this because Branded was actually done properly. Because the way they did Branded, and once again, try to detach this from whether you like Branded or not. Like,
it was done right until they printed Expulsion and Sanctifier, and it became a Floodgate Turbo Cancer deck. But Branded is cool. Yeah, I mean, the lore concepts are interesting. I like when the deck's dynamic changes greatly as new cards get released. And Branded did change a lot as it kind of evolved. Snake Eye has to some degree, but not enough. But even then, it shouldn't remain in the spotlight in the same way constantly. That is also a problem because you get stagnation. That's not good.
it's okay if you dislike Branded, but Branded was never too oppressive from a competitive standpoint. It was always a good deck, and the cool thing about it conceptually was that it evolved over time. Like Branded didn't come out and was the same deck for 2 years straight. Branded got new tools. They took away some stuff on the ban list. They printed new stuff.
It was pretty much two forms, right? Because you had the initial form, which was solid. It faded into oblivion as Tyr took over as the dominant fusion strategy. And then with the release of Quem and his other decks got hit that were crazy powerful. I guess no, it's a bit before that. As Tyr got nuked out of existence, we saw a resurgence in Branded around March that year in 2023. With Puppet Lock being popular. Because Cartesia and Grand Guignol hadn't been out except for when Tyr was legal, and so no chance against the mighty Tyr elements.
To play with, like, it was an ever-changing concept over the course of, I mean, even up until this point, and it's always been fine. Individual cards are obviously a problem, right? Like Sanctify or anything, but just in terms of power level and relevance to the metagame, Branded was always well designed. Like, it was a fan favorite because it had a lot of lore to it. The artwork was cool. You could tell that there was a lot of energy put into its design and all that kind of stuff. And it was never too oppressive. Disregarding whether you think the deck is cool or not, it was never too oppressive. And that's a good way to do those kind of archetypes, as opposed to Snake Eyes.
Is a Link one that takes specifically a normal, lets you extra normal a World Chalice once per turn, destroys anything it battles that it points to, and summons a World Chalice from hand when sent to grave. Ib is a Link 2 taking different types and attributes, can't be destroyed and has targeting immunity while linked, can send itself to grave to protect the monster she points to, and summons a World Chalice from hand when sent from field to grave. Arum is a World Chalice locked Link 2, gains 300 for each different World Chalice in grave, contribute a World Chalice it points to summon another monster from grave to a zone it points to, and floats into a World Chalice in hand. Ningirsu is a Link locked 3, draw
Remember when this card was necessary answer as a removal piece to play in decks? It's such a shit card, but it was the best you got before Nightmares.
Cards up to the World Chalices it points to on Link Summon.
Ningirsu, coolest World Chalice card, no competition.
Sure, I mean, again, there's not much competition. These cards are all ass, except for this one. The one card I hate about this is you'll notice is if this card's Link Summon, draw cards, equal number of World Chalice, whatever, is mandatory. And so it was hella cancer when you summon this. You have to use the effect. You draw 0, but you get Ghost Ogred. And that was not fun. That felt so bad. That was always so depressing. You're like, oh, well, that's a shame.
Send a card from each field to grave once per turn, and floats into a World Chalice in hand. All in all, a solid intro course to Links as a whole, but the archetype was severely lacking any kind of a real payoff to do anything other than be a tutorial deck for now. Lightsworn would get a whole new sub-archetype playing into their identity as history's #1 chaos enabler, being the Twilight Sworns. Dark attribute counterparts to Lightsworn focus
Twilight Sworn, biggest disappointment that I can think of right now in recent years in terms of an archetype. As someone who liked Lightsworn a lot back in the day, Twilight Sworn were so...
Josh likes Lightsworn? I would never have guessed that. Given how much he hates inconsistency and volatility, I would never have expected Josh to be a Lightsworn fan. Someone please confirm me, right? That seems uncharacteristic of his normal preferences, right? I feel like he likes predictability and consistency and like just stable decks, not milling. He's also a boomer though. Okay. He likes old decks. I don't think that's what... Oh, God. He just likes anything that's old. What's the opposite of like... Actually, I don't want to say it. He also loves grass. He does? Really? I did not think that was true. Is Minerva Swan that volatile? I mean, any Emil deck has an extra layer of volatility to it. He did play Lightsworn at a YCS in 2016. Sure. Grass, Paleo. Yeah, but I think he just likes Paleo, not grass.
Oh, incredibly mid. Like such a terrible concept, man.
I actually think they're worse than mid. These cards
on
are
banishing
bad.
rather than
Straight up
milling.
bad.
Shane can banish a Lightsworn in hand to drop a monster stats by its level times 300.
Cool name though, yeah, but that makes it especially frustrating, right? Like, who doesn't want to play with the Twilight Sworn cards? Like, the concept is so cool. Like, oh, you know this light archetype, that very iconic light archetype from years.
It's depressing when many Lightsworn fans don't even know what these cards do or exist. Because, like, my dad loves Lightsworn, and he's still playing Master Duel. Like, he constantly still plays it. In fact, we can check to see if he's, like, ranked up at all since we last checked in on him. But, like, he plays Lightsworn and Chainburn. He doesn't know what any, like, Twilight Sworn cards are, because to him, they suck. Like, they mean nothing to him. Let's see, how's my dad doing? He is now... Is that Platinum 3? Any replays? Oh, he's actually been saving replays, I think. Okay, maybe we can watch my dad's replays later. I said that, yeah, my dad's playing a lot of Burn lately. Didn't you also play Lightsworn Runic at a regional YCS? That's a different deck. It's not really the same. Lightsworn May 2? Yeah, he uses Raikou.
Years ago, how about we give it a dark retrain?
Yeah, sure.
Like, oh, that's so cool. And then they all suck, dude. They all suck, man.
2 if another Lightsworn uses its effect once per turn. Lilac can banish the Lightsworn in hand when a spell trap is activated to pop a spell trap on field, and mills 3 once per turn with another Lightsworn effect.
You don't need to read these,
Lumina
dude.
can banish a Lightsworn in hand to summon a big...
This is the only remotely playable one. I think I played this in some Lightsworn decks. Oh, when Ty's... No, what happened? There was something that happened around this time when I built this deck for fun with this Dark Lumina. And I had the Ties That Bind as well. And as a Lightsworn deck. It might have been specifically actually when this was released. And I had my friend play it. And it was an alright, like, not unplayable deck.
Banish Lightsworn other than Lumina, and mills 3 when
FTKs
another
as well.
Lightsworn effect
Yeah,
goes
obviously.
off. Raikou on normal or flip can banish a Lightsworn
This card's not actually the worst. But you just don't need it. You don't need the normal summon.
in hand.
And like the only one that's even remotely being used is Lumina Twilight Sworn Shaman because it can FTK with the old Lumina. How cool is that?
Or grave to banish a card on field, and mills 3 when another Lightsworn effect goes off. Punishment Dragon, being a counterpart to Judgment Dragon, can summon itself if there are 4 different Lightsworn
We were robbed of cool rarities of this card. But actually now, wait, it comes QCR now, right? Wait, I kind of want that. I kind of want a QCR that now. How much do they cost? Hopefully it's not much. Oh, comes QCR. Oh, is there a picture up? $2? I'll probably just buy one. $2 is worth it. Cool.
Names Vanished can pay 1,000 to shuffle all graves and face-up banishments into deck on a quick effect, and mills 4 when a Lightsworn effect goes off. March of the Dark Brigade recurs any Lightsworn with a level.
By the way, if you guys want to support the channel without doing literally anything, and you're ever about to order a card in TCG Player, you can get my referral link, which are in a lot of my videos. For example, wait, your channel. It should be no shit.
The deck can still affect.
Oh my god. We were there.
On Shaman because it can.
So what we can do is you can go into your channel. This should be here. Welcome back. Yeah, you can build the deck. So you can just click on this link. You don't even need to buy the cards that are in this link. If you just use TCG Player after clicking this link, I will get a small cut on the referral code. So you think we play TCG? I mean, like, I'll shout it out because I lose literally nothing doing this. And I get to make like 2% or whatever. If you guys use it. There's no code, unfortunately, but yeah.
Weekend. And while our data set is incomplete.
Wait, no, this is the wrong channel. This one's Law.
50k with the old Lumina. How cool is that?
Or grave to banish a card on field, and mills 3 when another Lightsworn effect goes off. Punishment Dragon, being a counterpart to Judgment Dragon, can summon itself if there are 4 different Lightsworn names Vanished, can pay 1,000 to shuffle all graves and face-up banishments into deck on a quick effect, and mills 4 when a Lightsworn effect goes off. March of the Dark Brigade recurs any Lightsworn with a level, then banishes cards from the top deck equal to its
Punishment
level.
Dragon, target 1 JD in your graveyard at your hand, then mill 4. Nice. Terrible.
Like Twin Dragons can recur a Judgment Dragon.
Dude, Charge of the Light Brigade was one of the best cards ever printed at the time. Like, relative to its time, it's one of the best searchers printed.
Still good now.
And then 10 years later, you make March of the Dark Brigade, which is just an unplayable Yu-Gi-Oh card. Like, come on, dude.
Dragon and mill 4 if you can.
There's a common trend, though, in Yu-Gi-Oh! When a first card is good, if they ever make a sequel or a rechain to it, they overcompensate and make the second card unplayable. It's a pretty common thing that happens.
For a Punishment
This is a
Dragon
clear
and banish
example
4
of
at
it.
the top of deck if mill. Lightsworn has almost always had a place in the meta, from enablers to its own dedicated strategy, so this support would be welcomed in quickly, though Lightsworn wasn't quite viable at this point in time. A new set block means new TCG exclusives, and this round we'd see a fairly interesting new take on rituals with Vendread. The primary gimmick of the deck is to revive
People
their
love
zombie
this deck.
main
I never
pieces
felt
in
love
order
for
to
it.
use them as ritual material, passing effects from them to the ritual monsters in question. Hound Horde can discard a Vendread card to revive
Do we talk about like the one of staples yet? Okay, no, they're there.
itself, and if used from field as ritual material, lets it summon monster quick effect banish a spell trap once per turn. Revenant revives itself when destroyed, and if used from field as ritual material, lets it summon monster quick effect banish a special summon monster once per turn. Slayer is the starter ritual monster here, able to banish a zombie in grave to boost itself by 300 in battle, and if sent to grave can dump a Vendread monster from deck. Revendread Origin is the starter ritual spell, able to banish zombies in grave as material in addition to the standard ritual summon, and can be banished from grave to protect Slayer specifically from destruction. Reorigin tributes an opponent's monster with a level to summon a token with the same level, locking you to Vendreads while on the field. Vendread had an interesting first wave for sure, but was far from meta viable at this stage, requiring a couple more
Yeah,
waves.
I mean, it was
to
never
get
meta
going.
viable.
The only thing that I literally at this point, I know at certain times I thought Vendread could become good if they do proper support for it, as we do with all of these archetypes. But the only thing I know Vendread for now is ruining my card guesser runs, because for some reason there's a bunch of cards that have the same name, but it's just like Vendread Origin, Re-Vendread Origin, Vendread Slayer, Re-Vendread Slayer. And I'm just like, dude, I'd rather skip this card than try to guess which one it is.
But a small detail here that would be a welcome sight was the fact that despite Origin being a generic ritual spell for Vendreads, by mentioning Slayer in a separate effect, it was, in fact, searchable with pre-preparation of rites, being a trend we'd see more commonly with ritual archetypes in the future. The other TCG premier archetype here was FA, being a successor to UA in many respects, namely in its lore
hey, you all exist just to give us Dawn Dragster. How does that feel?
Or an art style. Each FA gains attack from its level, can boost its level by 1 when an FA spell trap is used, and gains a new effect once their level goes to 7 or higher, with Sonic Meister able to attack twice a battle phase, and Hang On Mock putting a one-sided macro effect on the opponent. Circuit Grand Prix increases FA levels by 2 in the battle phase only, draws a card when an FA wins combat, and searches an FA card when destroyed by card effect. Downforce boosts an FA's level by 2
This
for a
is
turn,
where you do
and
the
can be banished from grave to do the same.
Yeah, sure, man.
I have installed the game yesterday and haven't played since being a kid. Is it worth getting the Evil Twin bundle? I've got a bunch of free gems. The Evil Twin bundle is only worth it if you like the field that comes with it, if you care about cosmetics, because in terms of just packs to open, you get less than if you were just buying the packs directly. So you got to know for yourself whether that's worth you. See, Nesh, that's okay. We're a beginner-friendly stream here. You can come in here and ask these kind of questions. You know that on release, because I'm pretty sure we
And converting the Blue Boy into
I
get as many
skipped
cards
too
as
much.
possible. It's not ideal.
Okay.
While definitely interesting, restructuring the rulings on monster levels, now able to go above 12, FA wouldn't see play here, needing a lot more support to even be considered at all.
No.
I wish someone told me that
Never.
2 damn days ago. I hate cosmetics. See, Nesh, that's okay. We're a beginner-friendly stream here. You can come in here and ask these kind of questions all the time. You're welcome.
Bro, can Nesh not do math? Oh my god.
Feel free to ask.
Rescue Theory can summon exactly 6 levels of monsters from deck to zones a Link monster
Only ever used for evil, by the way. Untrustworthy little rascal. Hey, look cute. Don't trust this guy. This guy's evil. To the fucking core evil.
points to, with their effects negated, and destroys them in the end phase, being a far more generic version of the previous rescue monsters, but requiring links to be fully usable. Spellbook of Knowledge can send a spellbook or spellcaster
cool.
from hand or field to grave
Knowledge
to
was
draw
cool.
2, effectively turning the previous Blue Boy and Spellbook of Secrets into a normal summon Pot of Greed and
Bro, are we still on Code of the Duelist? Holy shit, how many cards?
deck thinner, with Blue Boy or Secret searching the other searching Knowledge, and converting the
That
Blue
code
Boy
lasts
into
a
a
long
draw
time.
2. As for the proper introduction of generic links, we'd have 3 here worth talking about. Firewall Dragon is a link form of generic materials, can bounce monsters on field or engrave to hand once while on field, up to the number of its co-links,
Man.
meaning that link monsters it points to that also point back to it, and when a monster it points to is sent to grave, lets you summon a monster from hand, notably with no once per turn restriction. This was a massive problem card, and the community knew that the moment this card was released, being one of the most overtuned protagonist ace monsters we've seen since Stardust.
Did we know that?
Yeah, we did. We definitely did. We just knew there was no good way to utilize it at first, but there were some really bad gimmick combos that could use this card and were kind of broken, specifically like plant combos and stuff. But we knew this was going to be a problem if there was more ways to enable it.
On release? Because I'm pretty sure we couldn't use it on release very well.
No, on release there was no
It
good way to
definitely
use
took
it. Though.
some. I mean, it didn't take long, to be fair. I guess it might have been one of those moments where you look at the card and you're like, yeah, I know this is going to be a problem. I just don't know exactly when. Yeah, probably that. Right? No, it was like, the thing is, it was probably more like, oh, this card is very broken, but we can't use it yet. And there were some gimmicky decks for it, right? Like even some gimmicky decks used it right away, I think, like the World Chalice that won OICS. But like in the grand scheme of things, it took some time. But once, I mean, we probably knew that this was going to be a problem.
The fact that it let you just empty out your hand to use as link materials, then immediately do it again from that, was recognizably busted and was so generic that it was bound to cause some kind of an issue in the future, clearly being a catalyst for some kind of FTK in the near future once we got a couple more generic links. Topologic Bomber Dragon is another generic link for that nukes the main monster.
Topologic Bomber Dragon, to this day, is one of the coolest link fours they've ever made.
Based.
This card
It
is
is super
so
cool.
nice. This is what
It is only surpassed by its successor, Topologic Zeroboros Dragon. That card, so cool.
this is what link fours should be. And you can't convince me otherwise. This is what link fours should be in terms of interaction and stuff like that. This is what people should climb into. Not freaking Firewall Dragon or Topologic Gumblar Dragon, those kind of cards. Like, nah, this card is dope. Zeroboros is also cool. The whole concept of those kind of cards is so fun. It's so fun. It didn't FTK. Yeah, but that was not his fault. That was not Bomber Dragon's fault. Come on.
Zones when a monster is summoned to a zone a link monster points to, and burns the opponent when it attacks a monster for that target's original attack. Bomber Dragon was a go-to boss for this period of the game, able to lock a zone from the opponent and constantly threaten a board nuke with any summon, seeing play for these reasons initially. Lastly, as a way to ease the player base into the idea of using links,
what?
the attribute stat boosters from Metal Raiders would be retrained here into generic attributed links, seeing one released per core set for a period of time. Mrs. Radiance would be
Okay.
And there you go. There you have it. The most relevant link monster from Code of the Duelist on release. Would you believe it? Mrs. Radiant. And why was it the most relevant link? because it was good in Zodiac.
Pro says, remember this? What is it? Oh, the Jeff Jones combo? Yeah, no, I remember that. It wasn't realistic though, but yeah.
And all the other ones, we didn't have the tools to use them yet. So there you go. This little mid-ass card was the most relevant link in it, because you could now use you could make it in Zodiac to boost your stuff and summon 2 Exceeds.
And it's a floater.
The first, being the Earth Link, boosting Earths by 500, debuffing winds by 400, and can recur an Earth when destroyed. Why is the Earth first? Why on earth would you print the Earth first? So remember how people thought that...
Come on, it wasn't the problem though. Like,
yeah,
Zodiac would have been the best deck without this card, and it didn't come up that often. Like, it was okay.
Links were going to be good for slowing down
I
the
like this card a lot. This card is fine.
game thanks to making decks unable to spam out extra deck monsters anymore. Why don't we just instantly invalidate that point by releasing the piece that fixes that issue for exactly Zodiac? We'll talk more about this in a second, but we've got a Worlds to cover first. The 2017 World Championships would be held a little over a week after...
Okay, so we've gone like 45, 50 minutes, and we haven't even discussed a single event. This here is a crazy World Championship, and maybe this is my bias because, like, as still like a kid who was growing up, this felt like a huge Worlds. The players in attendance included Marcello, one of the commentators in Europe, who's also won YCS and WCQ. Josh was here. Billy was here. This is my first Worlds as well. My good friends Asala and Furman, who are both fantastic players. This and Shunsuke played in this Worlds as well. Fresh off his 2016 Worlds win. And did Galley... Ryan was Dragon Duels, yeah. Was Galley in this Worlds? I don't think so. It might have been 2018. But it was a fucking crazy Worlds. I was definitely not as good as I am now. Or I would become in like a couple years when I played this Worlds. My testing circles weren't great. I was still learning a lot of things. This Worlds was played in the custom ban list. So Zodiacs were banned. We cannot play Zoos, which is what all the TCG players were used to. And then we also could not play with Links yet. And we also, yeah, so it was pretty much, we were playing pre-Links still. Which was stupid, but we were. And we were also not playing with Zoos. So the best decks were Dino and Draco. I played Draco, probably should have played Dino. Round one, so what you have to do is you have to pile shuffle every time it's into your deck. There was no Galley? Okay, there was no Galley. Oh, Zeta was there. Zeta, another well-known player who's been to Worlds every year since 2017. Yeah, so since 2017, me, Josh, and Zeta have both been to Worlds every single year in some category. So 5 consecutive times. So big year. This was like everyone's dream was to go to Worlds. So for me, this was a huge deal. But you had to pile shuffle between every time it went into your deck. And I remember round one, I played against the guy who got second at that Worlds. I'm trying to remember his name. Maybe he'll come back to me later. He was an Asian player. Not Japanese, though. I'm pretty sure it was Taiwanese or Singaporean. Unfortunately, I don't remember that well. Sure, if I saw the name, I would remember it. I have him on Facebook, so I feel bad not remembering it. Okay, I'm clicking closed, asshole. Fucking useless website. It was Milton Chua. That's his name. Yeah, Singapore. Okay. Yeah. So Shinsuke, obviously, a well-known player. Ryosuke, who'd win this event. And then people won't know it, but like then there were a fair bit of well-known US players. Obviously, Asala, Furman are decent. Billy was a huge one. Josh, Burger's a big one as well, 2-time UDS champion and WCQ champion. Zeta, and then Josh. I mean, the other good players as well, but like some of the bigger names. Like for me, it felt like a relatively stacked World Championship. The Link starter was legal, so you had Link Spider and Decode Talker. Maybe we may have had that, yeah. So yeah, round one, I remember I drew because we had to pile shuffle every time we searched our decks, and it was against dinosaurs. I played against Milton Chua round one, and we just fucking drew. and it was super stupid. And after that, people just started doing shortcuts to not pile shuffle every round. And I remember, I think who did I lose to rounds? I won round 2, and then I lost round 3, and then I won round 4. And truthfully, I don't remember much about those rounds. I remember one round 1 and 5. So round 5, I won the bubble. X1 won will top. And I got paired down. I got paired to somebody who cannot top the event. I got paired up against Billy Break. And for those who don't know, in 2017, it wasn't mentioned in the recap, but it was huge news. Shortly before this, as Billy earned his invite via the point system, he got banned. Billy Break had been banned by Konami for collusion. This got overturned, however. And he got unbanned 3 days later. And Billy had been grown pretty disillusioned with the game, and it's nice that he came back to it and works for Konami now, but Billy at this point was not happy with Yu-Gi-Oh, obviously. There was some other external stuff as well that I won't share because it's a little more personal. But I know Billy was not like the normal Billy if people knew him around this time. So he was like done with the game. This was kind of like the last hurrah for him. I got paired down to him. And not that I should ever ask someone to concede when they get paired up against someone with a chance. And I didn't know Billy well at this point either. So I just played. But he played in a way where he wasn't trying. He played incredibly aggressive. And he pretty much played against the bot. So I was thinking, oh, I'm going to win this. In game 1, I win pretty easily because he's not playing well. And he's intentionally not playing well. And game 2, he just throws 15 cards into his deck. This for side deck. Throws out 15 cards. Doesn't look. Fuck it. Who cares? He goes first, which is... I don't... No, that's game 3. Yeah, I don't remember if he made me go first or second. Game 2. I don't remember. I remember at some point, though, I have him down to, like, dead to rights. He goes, draw, card demise. Draws 3 cards. Summons a masterpiece. And I never drawn out to the masterpiece. I just lose to it. I was super sad about that. Game 3, though, I'm still like, oh, this is fine. I make him start. And he goes, summon Ignis, set 2, pass. Okay. And now to play around Cosmic Cyclone, I set a bluff Upstart Goblin. And I get Cosmic. Like, that's perfect. Let's go. Then I set a True Draco Trap, trying to tribute on top of it to get the chain rolling. As a second Cosmic. Okay. I duality. Maybe I should have bluff set the duality. It gets ashed. Like, all right. I have one last push. I go tribute summon, attack over it, and then I activate Heritage to draw. Or sorry, in all this play, he gets to Ignis Search Heritage. So his hand is Heritage and 1 unknown. I go tribute summon Dynamite Knight, attack over it. And then last card of my hand is activate Heritage. And I get Ogred. Or before I had the Dynamite Knight up. I go Heritage first to try to draw, get Ogred. So I go Dynamite Knight, attack over. Anyway, so he has a Heritage in hand, and that's it. I have Dynamite Knight, which is still really good. Like, he had just everything to counter me. He draws for turn. And remember Carter Demise in his deck, because he sided randomly. He draws a Heritage plus Unknown. Draws Gameciel for my thing. So now a Draco card has been sent to the graveyard. He can use Heritage to draw. Heritage draws his own Dynamite Knight and attacks over it. And I'm on 0 cards now. I draw, set, pass. He draws Carter Demise. Of course, after using a Kaiju and 2 hand traps, he draws 3 back row to set. I'm like, what the fuck? And I lose. Literally just AI shit on me type of thing. And I lost. I lost in the Bubble of Worlds 2017. And that, I remember just being kind of stunned. Like, I was like, what the fuck just happened? Billy obviously could not top. He was X2. But he didn't top. And that was the last serious event Billy ever played in. And I've had some people tell me that it was a like joke around that this was him passing the torch to me, because he never really competed much afterwards again. He played like one event to test Shadal's 3 years later before commentating, just to learn the decks we can commentate, and then he worked for Konami. But he like never had like a serious event again. So you can say that like his last real match ever at a tournament was against me. So that's pretty cool trivia. But obviously it's depressing for me there that I lost in the Bubble of Worlds, because obviously that's like the most prestigious event of all time. And I'm a person who, when I get knocked down, I get back up and fight harder. So, and Worlds is such an incredibly cool experience that is largely what inspired me to push myself harder to come back the next year and keep on trying, because I was determined. And you see why that's many players, they get once and they give up, they burn out, and the players who have determination go back and they go back again and again, and they keep trying, and they fight hard, like myself and Josh. That relentless persistence. So that's what happened this Worlds for me. I don't know how much you'll go over this Worlds, because it really matters so little to Yu-Gi-Oh's history, but yeah. Yes, of course, you can't forget Dragon Duel Worlds. Yeah. Ryan Yu did win Dragon Duel Worlds this year as well, with Chainburn versus another soon-to-be prominent player, Raphael Reich in the finals. Also notably among that top 4, I think it was top 4, it may have not been top 4, but it was Charlie Futch, another notable player from the future, and the next year's Dragon Duel World Champion. It was an eventful World Championship. To me, it almost feels like a change in old guard to new guard, and it was kind of a meeting of Eric Topel. Yes, another notable player who would come in the future. Like, Dragon Duel was crazy. It feels like a bit of a mesh between the old guard and new guard, and then to be a change in eras almost, because it's the Link era coming in, and then you see a bunch of new players after this point start to make a name for themselves. Not just the players like myself or Ryan, but new players would pop up, and some of the older, well-known players wouldn't play as much. Some people just quit because of the change in the game rules, but it was just an interesting thing I want to notice, because at least from my perspective, it's how it felt. And obviously it's biased because it's completely from my subjective view, but it feels like that. And I felt like it was worth sharing, so yeah, let's see what the objective view Law has to say, though.
The results on hand would be fairly similar to other WCQs from this season, with
Wait.
Pure Zoo and Draco
Fuck, this is
Zoo
the wrong video again.
Master Codes released on August 12th.
There we go.
And notably,
We won't talk about this one. Thank you.
Master Rule 4 would be in effect.
Oh,
The
Josh
only
did
rule
really
set
bad
that
at this one. Right.
links in it for this event would be the Link Strike starter deck, heavily hampering many decks, meaning that decks that use 0 to 1 extra deck monsters at a time would be heavily
I think this is the worst Josh has ever done in a World Championship. Was this one?
preferred here. Also, extremely notably, Zodiac was not at all a viable option here, as Dryden and Broad Bowl were banned and Rapier was limited in the OCG, taking the TCG Tier 0 threat off the table. Another point of note here would be the single unknown slot on this pie chart, as in top 8, Hayama Shinsuke of Japan, the 2-time reigning world champion, would be disqualified for slow play, which resulted in us not getting to know his list, as it was never shown on the stream for the event.
It's Dino,
With
I'm
all of
pretty
that said, Sujimura Ryosoki
I'm pretty sure it was Dinosaurs,
Yeah.
by the way, the deck that he played.
of Japan would take the event on True King Dino, being without question the best performance the deck had seen thus far, thanks primarily to the conditions of the event. The deck didn't really care if it couldn't have more than one extra deck monster out at a time, as primarily the only 3 you'd ever summon on the first turn would be Denglong to get the counter trap, or Trishula to hand rip and then summon all calamities.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I got reminded of some cancers. Marcello throwing top 4 is legendary. Oh! I remember we were in the watching room, and we were like, oh, Marcello's gonna lose. And then we saw the Apocalypse thing, and we're like, he's gonna win. And none of the European players knew that ruling. The Americans did, but the Europeans didn't. And the Europeans all didn't know what we were talking about. We're like, wait, is that not a ruling in Europe? I think they just didn't know. It is a rather weird ruling. The ruling is, if a monster leaves the field in the damage step, there's no redeclare. And True Draco Apocalypse lets you destroy a card in the damage step to half the attack of all your opponent's monsters. So if your opponent attacks a monster and you can half it, but their monster would still be bigger, if you destroyed the monster they were attacking, the attack would just end. And Marcello could have won in time thanks to this. But I remember it was incredibly confusing. The European players just didn't know this ruling, because we were all watching it together, and the Americans were like, oh my god, wait, he has this. And then it just didn't. He didn't know about it. He didn't know the ruling. And it's a rough way to go out, because it feels like it's your own fault you lost. And it definitely is, but it's rough. That's very intuitive. Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is stupid. I'm not trying to put too much fault on people for not knowing that one, because I had only learned about it that year because of that ruling. Another fun story, fun as in like very painful for me, from this world. I got two more. Two more painful stories. Because now you'll get all the stories from me going to events. So, the way Worlds works, you can use any printed cards, including OCG. But they didn't give us enough time to find OCG cards to play in our deck unless we showed up early, which we didn't know, so we didn't. But Konami said, if we needed cards, submit a list ahead of time, and they could bring us cards. Pretty much every single NA player wrote that they needed Skullmeisters. Because at this point, it was not a card that had been reprinted, I believe. Or maybe only once been reprinted. I think it might have been never been reprinted at that point. I can check, actually. Skullmeister. Might have been reprinted. I think I actually have been reprinted. TCG sets. Code of the Duel Special Edition. Yeah, it wasn't out yet. Yeah, it had never been reprinted. Secret Rare of Starstrike Blast. Never been reprinted. It was like a $40 card. I was 17. I couldn't afford fucking... Or I couldn't find these in Canada as well. I couldn't find Skullmeisters. Everyone from NA wrote Skullmeister. So the Konami rep comes to us and he's like, okay, so we have the cards that you guys asked for. Unfortunately, we only have 3 Skullmeisters for all of you. That's what they said. Instead of giving us any warning so we could find Skullmeisters, for all of us, there were only 3. Not each, 3 total. 3 Skullmeisters. And myself, I think Billy also had one. I got one. I got 1 Skullmeister for my deck. Thank you, Konami. I had 1 Skullmeister in my side deck. Like, that's ridiculous. That card was a rare, by the way, in the OCG. If we just knew that, and we're allowed to go to the shops and buy one that day, we would have been fine. Fucking rare. Because we were allowed to use Japanese cards. So stupid. And coincidentally, all of OCG played Dino. We knew they'd play Dino. That was something we knew because it was a deck that was pretty popular in OCG, and they'd already had the Zodiac cards banned. And the best performing decks in Japan were Invoked, Draco, and Dino. And a lot of the TCG players didn't want to play Dino because it felt bricky. So we played Draco instead, and maybe that's a mistake. But we knew that Dino would be popular. So Skullmeister would have been a good card. Just couldn't get them, though. And then the other story is, so I don't know if this has changed because it doesn't pertain to me anymore, but up until you're 18 years old, if you're under 18 and you win a free flight by Konami, so either you win a YCS and you get to go to WCQ, or you win a WCQ and you get to go to Worlds, Konami will pay for a Guardian to come alongside you to the World Championship. I have another story after this. Actually, I don't know if I can share one of the stories. It may be something to get someone in trouble, so I can't say that. But the one story I will share is I was 17 at the time. So I got to bring my parents with me. I got to bring my dad. My mom still had to pay for her flight, but at that point we got to bring them. And my parents have been incredibly supportive of my Yu-Gi-Oh career. My dad had been driving me to all these regionals, whatever. And it was a huge, like, honor for me to be able to bring them to Japan. They'd never been before. And it was cool. Unfortunately, my dad got an amoeba and had to go to the hospital, and we got an $8,000 hospital bill in Japan. And pretty much, he couldn't even come to watch me at Worlds. It was super sad. He just like got really, really sick. Like really, really sick. And that was rough. Not fun. Thankfully, no long-term damage, but that was a shame. That was like my chance to repay my parents. What did he get it from? No idea. We have no idea.
A lot of Dinosaur's power lied in the main deck with Lithostashium and UCT, so it wasn't too big of a surprise to see it do well here. The 2017 Megatins would come down just 2 weeks later, and as usual, reprinted the core sets of the last year, with the most notable reprints here being those of the Zodiacs, getting a full core reprint. In addition to this, the promo slots would bring a couple of new cards as well, bringing Proxy Dragon, a generic Link 2, and Elder Entity Intis, a counterpart to Norden that was not
I saw very little play at first, but ended up being really important.
nearly as good as Norden, able to pop a card when sent to grave from anywhere, being useful for cards like Necros Kaleidoscope that dump from extra deck. YCS Toronto would be that same weekend, though unfortunately due to poor coverage we do not have a top cut for this event. Chris LeBlanc
Really?
would take the event on True Draco Zoo, marking his
So I got third this event. In top 4 against the other guy, Mason Matilla, who he beat in the finals. Game 3, look at my hand. It's like Desires, Ash, Ogre, Double Cosmic. I'm like, I'm fucking cooking. My hand is nice. I had Desires, and I draw 2 Tankies. And I'm like, okay, I have monsters now. I'm golden. I look at my banished pile, and I'm playing pure Zoo. And there's 1 Zoo, 2 Zoo, 3 Zoo, 4 Zoo, 5 Zoo, 7 Zoo, or 6, whatever. Point is, I banished every single monster in my deck. Every single monster in my deck I banished off Desires. And I just conceded. I'm like, oh, nice. Nice deck. I have 0 win condition anymore. This is like before we had like links that I can make with hand traps. I literally had 0 playable win condition. And I would have decked out before my opponent, so I'm like, that was fun. That's why I don't play Desires. Crazy unfortunate luck for that to happen. That was such a depressing top 4. You still defend Desires? I will. The 3rd, 4th playoff, I was played versus Blair Hunter. And this is for the prize card, which was Mind Hacker this year. It was Mind Hacker. A card that is now banned. The prize card is worth a fair bit of money, so I obviously really wanted to win as a 17-year-old. And I remember game 3 is funny. It was in the last turn of time, and like I had like 4 back row, and I had 3 back row, and Blair plays around the barrier to deal damage. I'm up on life, and just summons like 3 shit zoos in attack mode that aren't XYZs, and goes battle phase instead of comboing off. And I have 3 enemy controllers, so I go turn 1 to defense, turn 2 to defense, turn 3 to defense, and he lost on time. And that was super funny. As well as I know I beat Ryan Levine in top 16 in this event after he deburied me with a masterpiece on his field, and I still OTK'd him because my hand was like insane. It has like Shuffle Reborn, Pianissimo, Enemy Controller, Desires, Barrage, Tanky, and I just like OTK'd him through it. I know OTK'd him. Like I cracked his entire field, got rid of all his follow-up, and then like won the grind game. 3 debarrier masterpiece. I remember thinking, holy fuck, I'm insane after that, because that was insane. I like this format though. This was good.
3rd YCS win and placing the player in spitting distance of Billy Break's record of 4 wins, seeing very little changes to the deck as a whole for the new Master Rule 4 outside of a singular copy of Mrs. Radiant to enable multiple zones. LeBlanc would also be the recipient of the new YCS prize card number 89, Diablosis the Mind Hacker.
Cancer.
A rank 7 that can attach to banish a monster from the opponent's extra deck face down, and banish a card from the
Is
opponent's
that
grave
Synchro
face
Zone
down
on the
at the
side? No, certainly not. Let's take a look at what it is. Synchro Zone wasn't out yet. Magic Deflector. Yeah, this card is very popular. I cited it as well. It negates any spell cards that aren't normal. So it negates Field Spell, Continuous, and Quick Plays, and Equip. So it beats Twin Twister, all the Draco cards, Pianissimo, Econ, My Body's Shield, all very popular cards in the format. Book of Moon. Yeah.
Of Billy Break's record of 4 wins, seeing very little changes to the deck as a whole for the new Master Rule 4 outside of a singular copy of Mrs. Radiant to enable multiple zones. LeBlanc would also be the recipient of the new YCS prize card number 89, Diablosis the Mind Hacker.
Troll
A rank 7 that can attach to
Despair,
banish a monster
dude.
from the opponent's extra deck face down, can banish a card from the opponent's grave face down at the end of the battle phase if it won combat that turn, and can banish the top of the opponent's deck face down up to the number of their face down banished cards once per turn, being seen primarily as a dissuasion from running Pot of Desires while it was in play. YCS Rimini would be held the same weekend, and
Oh shit! Alright!
Zodiac was once again nearly uncontested as the tier 0 mega threat it's been for the last 8 months.
It was the
taking
same in
24 of the
Toronto.
top 32, including the event piloted by Andreas Vrelos. With Konami releasing Mrs. Radiant immediately in code,
Bro, was there really that few true Dracos, dude? 2 true Dracos. I got 3rd at this one, by the way, with Draco.
We both got 3rd. Yeah, I got 3rd the same day Toronto, right?
mega threat it's been Vrelos. With Konami releasing Mrs. Radiant immediately in code, Zodiac ignored Legendary Duelists. Release date,
This set
September 8th,
is
2017. Set type, Duelist Pack. Major strategies, Red Eyes, Amazonas, Cyberdark. Impact, anime support with little impact. Legendary Duelist would be a reshift of the previous Duelist Pack series, focused on providing support to various anime character decks in a single location. For this inaugural set, we
I can't even think of a single relevant card in this.
Legendary Fisherman, Mai's Amazonas, Bastion's Kim.
And ironically, this set did nothing in the TCG, but I'm pretty sure all 3 of those previous cards, well, before Cluster, the Red Eye Slash, they just dominated Duel Links, all 3 of these.
Yeah.
Beasts, Zane's Cyberdarks, and Cyrus's Roids, all of which would have no meta impact at large. but was still quite notable, as this pack series would be a recurring sight in the coming years for any and all decks seen from the anime getting a facelift with new support. The September 2017 ban list would take effect 10 days later on September 18th, and with it, massive changes would be felt across the game. Newly banned were Daigusto Emerald, Denglong, Dynamite Knight.
It's crazy that Daigusto Emerald suffered for Zodiac sins, by the way. That is crazy behavior.
Gransoil, Lithosajum, Broadbolt, and Trident.
Gransoil. Newly
limited were Ignis Heat, Miscellaneousaurus, Ratpier, Dark Hole, Interrupted Kaiju Slumber, True King's Return, and the return of Gateway of the Six from the ban section. Newly semi-limited, and all coming up from one, were BLS, Bryonic, Luster Pendulum, Mathematician, Hyper Librarian, Brain Control, Burial, El Shaddoll Fusion, and Preparation of Rites. Lastly, unlimited were Debris Dragon, Honest, Rescue Cat, Summoner Monk, Witch of the Black Forest with her new errata, Charge of the Light Brigade, Dragon Ravine, and Wavering Eyes.
All right, get lost, all of you. You fired Guan Scran. Get out of here, you moochers. That's right, keep moving.
You know what? Yeah.
Except you stay.
Without question, this ban list was aimed at absolutely destroying the meta of the last 8 to 9 months, with a Culling Blade coming down onto specifically that of Zodiac, seeing its 2 core extra deck pieces banned, and Rat, a card that needs to be at more than one copy to operate the way it wants to, limited. True King Dino, being the deck that won Worlds, was bound to get hit too, and losing Lithosajum and Denglong would be critical losses as well as the limiting of Misk, though could still be useful thanks to Overraptor being able to search it. True Draco looked like it was also hit pretty bad, losing Dynamite Knight and...
I still wish at least Dryden would come back. Honestly, I'm a little baffled by the fact that Dryden isn't back yet.
No, I agree.
Because I feel like the Master Duel situation clearly proves that card would not really matter. And in a lot of ways, if you look at modern Yu-Gi-Oh, like Dryden would be a super healthy card in Yu-Gi-Oh, as opposed to Brock.
Look how hard they hit Zoo after 6 months of dominance. How has Snake Eyes not received this treatment of the aggressive punishment? Snake Eyes and Yubel need to die.
I think Broad Bull cannot come back, but I think Dryden and even Barrage, like those cards are just completely fine. They are just completely fine and even healthy. Nothing. Those kind of like one normal summon turning into a Dryden is completely reasonable. Like it's just reasonable and fine.
Most copies of Ignis Heat in return, but with Masterpiece sitting completely untouched, the deck was far from gone. Following that would be a super minor release, being the Legendary Dragon decks, being a set of 3 pre-constructed decks themed to the 3 Legendary Dragons, Cyber Dragons, and the 4 Dimension Dragons, bringing 1 new card for each, being Dark Magician the Dragon Knight, Chimera Mega Fleet Dragon, and Pendulum Dragon. Of these, the only one to see any kind of use was Mega Fleet Dragon, able to turn a Cyber Dragon into a removal for anything in the extra monster zone, leaving a 2400 attack monster in its wake. YCS Guadalajara would be held the same weekend, and with the culling of Zoo, the meta would shift rapidly, with Pendulum Magicians filling the top.
This just completely skipped the UDS. So the law just doesn't have time, I guess, to fit these in, which is understandable, but important to remember that during all of this as well, that the Ultimate Duelist series is also happening in the TCG, only in the Americas region, so NA, Central America, and South America. But a big one here is that it only ever covers them. Yeah, I wish it would, but yeah, I get that the time restraint's pretty rough. September is a pretty big UDS that Jeff Jones wins with Pendulum Magician. It was a deck that people did think was going to be very good. Joey got skipped. Joey did get skipped as well. Yeah, he did get skipped this year. Joey also won UDS this year in March with Zoo. But the Pendulum one is big because there's a small buffer format that sets off this as well, small format between Circuit Break and what's it called? And it's pretty much the only healthy Pendulum format. I guess maybe Metal Foes as well, but this Pendulum Edition format is really interesting. It's fun. It's not overpowered. It was good. It was very good. And around this time, the UDS in Orlando was where it was. I made the decision to myself. I was entering my first year of university. I had more freedom for myself. I'd made some money selling my prizes from Worlds as well, the entry prizes, and I had a bit of money saved up. And I'm like, okay, I want to take competing Yu-Gi-Oh! Seriously to the next level. And I decided to start traveling. Now, for those who are considering doing something similar, it can be hard. I didn't really know people at this point. I only knew local Toronto players, and those are players who didn't want to travel with me. So, for the first event, I had to room by myself. Normally, it's more cost efficient and more fun to room with friends, but I just didn't have anybody to room with. So, any of the players I didn't know in America were more acquaintances, and I didn't blame them for not having the trust in me to room with me. And I was a kid, so I had to room by myself for this event. But this was the first event that I sort of kind of traveled off on myself and put a lot into. However, the ban list for this event came out the week of the event of the UDS, and I did not have time to test because I was still in school and I had an exam. So Kamal Crooks, who at the time is my teammate on Pro Play Games, helped me with the deck, and we had a Magician deck. It was not built the best, truthfully. It was an okay deck. It was the right idea being Pendulum, but the specifics to it, I think, were built in incorrectly, as well as I wasn't incredibly proficient or anything in playing it, so that obviously contributed. I ended up losing on the bubble of day 1, so I didn't even make day 2. This was actually my first UDS event, as before that, there were none that were in my area, and any that were on a day where I wasn't free, and there had never been any in Canada. So this was my first UDS event. I only started playing UDSs later into their existence. At this point, we already knew that the winner of these would get 2 buys as well, so it was important to try and win them. And yeah. So from that point on, I wanted to go to more UDSs, but I'd never gone to a tournament and faced so many high-level or accomplished players in one tournament. I remember this tournament and the rounds that I played, almost every single person I played against had either been to Worlds or was a YCS champion. Almost every single player, like 6 out of 7 or 8 rounds, 6 out of 8 rounds. And one of those other players was Kamal Crooks, the person who built my deck, who at the time was not a YCS champion, but did have several tops, including a second place at a UDS, and would then go on to win like 4 more YCSs, I think, afterwards. So UDSs were kind of crazy in terms of the quality of players you'd play against. But yeah, that was my first event kind of traveling, and I met some friends there. Particularly the first group of friends that I really made that I would then be able to room with was the next event we'll get to in a second. I roomed with some Texans. So I made some friends with some of the Texan guys. And those were like the first group of friends really made started traveling internationally. That's cool, right? You got to start somewhere, right? It's a part of the journey, and they play a big part of my history. So yeah. This is interesting though. I like this format a lot, but I'll let Josh and the Law kind of give their inputs on the weird bridge format between Zoo and Spiral.
Top deck position. Taking the event piloted by Gabriel Romo, Penned Magician received a massive boon from the last ban list, taking out its primary competition and even playing well through the Master Rule 4 change thanks to the raw power of the new Supreme King Dragons and the ability to get your materials back to hand.
And ironically, you guys won't like what I'm about to say, but at that time, the only thing I felt during Pendulum format was I want to go back to Zoo and True Draco.
Josh, you know this isn't Penned FTK. There's no Electromite. This is the healthy Pendulum. Bad take, Josh.
That was my only feeling during this format. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. During Pendulum format, all I wanted to do is go back to playing against Zodiac and Draco, like 100%.
The Pen Summon. True Draco would continue to see success thanks to the lack of hits towards Masterpiece, still being at.
And this is the problem. They hit the other cards in the deck. They hit the Ignis and the Dynamite Knight, and as a result, they started playing Floodgates. And now we have a true cancer on our hands. How awesome.
3 with 3 diagrams.
And the new version of True Draco was also a lot more cringe than the previous one, because now it's like anti-spell for Pendulum and Masterpiece Turbo because the other pieces got banned and restricted, like
making him incredibly reliable to establish still. Trickstar would see its first top here thanks to the Wind Witch engine.
So
by setting
bad.
up your
It's
lines using
terrible.
just a normal summon, the deck doesn't mind locking its specials for the turn in exchange for an indestructible Crystal Wing, especially when the Droll Reincarnation combo is accessible. Spiral would see its first ever pure YCS top here, with the realization that Link solved Spiral's main issue, getting
wait, Spiral topped before Double Helix? That's so based. That's impressive even. Okay, I mean, I'm looking at it, doesn't look that bad to be honest. The list looks fine because you can now link off your you can link off your stuff. It looks kind of bricky though, to be honest.
Master Plan on and off the board. By utilizing quick link climbing tools like Gofu and Quick Fix with Machine Dupe, accessing Firewall was a simple task, which could cheat out Master Plan and then link her off the board to trigger all of her searches on the same turn. This really
Is that Wadapon on the side? People were scared as hell about that Pendulum FTK. Yeah, so I think that's why that's there. Like there was the Pendulum FTK that they mentioned earlier with Independent Nightingale.
No one
that
used it until Electromite came out.
Running around in this format. And yeah,
I think he's misremembering.
People were afraid of that.
realization would make Spiral a serious talking point for the meta at large, but this was about
That's not Hainwada. That's Wadapon as well, not Hanawada. Wadapon is Poplar. That's a different card. He's conflating the two. Unless the law has the wrong deck list, but different cards. So this is the card Josh was referring to. Hanawada, which was used for FTKs. Book effect is card, take no damage. The card in the picture is Wadapon from the movie. It's added to your hand by card effect, special summon it. It's Poplar. Law has the wrong card. Okay. I don't know what it was for, but I don't think people were playing the Pen FTK.
About to get a lot worse, as the next core set was just around the corner, and a certain set of imports was about to come to us far sooner than we were ready for.
Most overrated card in Yu-Gi-Oh's history.
Evenly matched.
I fucked this card. Yep.
Release date October 20th, 2017. Set type core
Base.
set. Major strategies: Rocket, Altergeist, Crawler. Impact: out of one
Crawler.
tier 0 and into another. Circuit Break would be the final
Double Helix is also in there.
core set of the year, and with it would come primarily support for strategies introduced back in Code with a couple of new additions sprinkled in. Rocket would be one of the new archetypes, being a series of dark dragons focused on effects that pop themselves for some form of advantage, though the initial wave of monsters here left a lot to be desired. However, there were two pieces here worth talking about. Borolo Dragon, the boss monster of the archetype, was a
This is another one of those ranked force, link force that is incredibly cool.
Yeah.
This is where Link Force peaked. Topologic Bomber Dragon, Borolo Dragon. That's what I want Link Force to be. I don't want no Appaloosa, Access Code Talker. I don't want those.
Has to go to
I want Borolo Dragon. Maybe Boral Sword is fine. Topologic Bomber. Those are the days, dude.
generic Link 4 taking 3 or more effect monsters, had targeting protection for monster effects, can drop a monster's stats by 500 on a quick effect that's unrespondable, and when attacking a monster can steal it to the zone it points to, sending it to grave at the end of the turn. This would become a staple rank 4 in the pool, a growing roster to be sure, but this would be one of the most reliable ways to win combat.
Boral Sword, yeah, maybe Boral Sword, like nowadays Boral Sword would be fine, but like back then it was kind of broken.
And potentially push massive amounts of damage.
I just like that this card didn't promote, like, it wasn't that great going first, and going second, it didn't promote like OTKing. It was more like a back and forth kind of situation with Borload. Not just I win the game immediately, right? It's more like I out a certain card that can't be destroyed or something like that. I take it and that's cool. Like, you know, like you would like against Thunder Dragons later a couple years, like you would still play Borload to take like
just a couple years, literally
and stuff
like
that.
In one go. The other would be Quick Launch, which summons a rocket from deck and pops it in the end phase, which would be considerably better once we receive good standalone rockets. Altergeist was the other big archetype here, being a series of monsters that form resource.
They're terrible at first, and a
Marionette sets an Altergeist trap from deck on normal and can send an Altergeist card from field to grave to revive another Altergeist. Silquitas on a quick effect can bounce an Altergeist card and an opponent's card, and if sent from field to grave recurs an Altergeist trap. Meluseek can attack directly, can send an opponent's card to grave after dealing battle damage, and if sent from field to grave searches an Altergeist monster. Prime Banshee is an Altergeist locked Link 3 that contributes an Altergeist to summon another from deck to a zone it points to, and when sent from field to grave recurs an Altergeist card. Camouflage equips itself to an Altergeist, preventing it from being attacked and negating anything that targets it, and can be banished from grave to protect an Altergeist from destruction. Protocol prevents the negation of Altergeist cards and lets you send an Altergeist from field to grave to negate a monster effect once per turn.
I don't know, I like Altergeist. It's another one of those for me that I like the concept of the deck, and then Floodgate Synergy is just an unfortunate side effect.
Spoofing shuffles an Altergeist.
Like, why are they all spellcasters? So that they can play Secret Village, stuff like that.
This card from hand or field to deck to search an Altergeist monster once per turn. Well, not quite there yet in terms of power level, Altergeist showed some real promise in this initial wave, with Meluseek and Marionette forming a decent line of disruption, with Meluseek being removed, resulting in Marionette setting up a trap and bringing back Meluseek to keep going. Goki would receive Headbat, with the standard Goki search, and could send another Goki from hand to grave while in hand to summon itself in defense and boost a Goki on field by 800. More importantly for Headbat was that it could summon itself if a Goki was on field, making it an excellent swarm option for the Link-focused deck. Amano Iwado brings spirits back in the game, blocking all monsters except spirits from activating their effects. Some players would tinker with this as a way to block hand traps, while others would look for a way to prevent Iwado from activating its effects either, blocking its return to hand effect and keeping an effect lock on the board. Destrudo the Lost Dragon's Frisian for a full half of your life points can either summon from hand or grave if you control a level 6 or lower, lowers its level by that monster's, returning to the bottom of deck when it leaves field after this effect is used. Effectively able to turn any low-level monster into a level 7 synchro, Destrudo would be a very hotly desired option for many decks for both AFD and Yazi combos, especially now that Yazi
I love Yazi. I need better links, but soon this would be my love.
Mare actually did something rather powerful in flooding the board with link materials, being a 1-card Firewall Dragon. Akashic Magician is a Link 2 requiring the same type monsters and no tokens. Can only be Link summoned once per turn.
Akashic's also really
bounces
cool.
all monsters she points
It's mostly used for evil, so I don't know if I agree with that.
To, and can declare a card name to excavate cards up to the number of monsters co-linked to her, adding all copies of the declared card to hand and milling them.
I mean, the main use of this card was in the Danger FTK. That's the main one I played it in, but it was pretty good.
Yes, therein that's the problem. The grind to golem shit, like
good in that one.
Akashic would be a solid addition to the extra as a piece repeater, situational disruption, and at worst, a generic Link 2 that points down, being played for all of these reasons. Miss Starboy would be the water generic Link.
I love Miss Starboy.
Debuffing fires and recurring a water.
Of course he
Not
does.
only did he go into Paleozoics, I'm also 100% convinced that he's the coolest out of these Link 2 attribute ones. He's definitely the coolest, right? I'm not tripping. It's not.
What are the other ones? The insect one. This one's cooler than that. This is better than the dog. This is better than the star. What's the dark one? What's the dark one? His monocle's mad funny. He is nice with a mustache too. Doolittle Chimera. Doolittle Chimera is so shit. Wee Witch. Okay, yeah, Miss Starboy's the coolest. I'll give him that much.
Not just because I played him in Paleo. I'm not biased here, right? He's definitely the coolest.
On destruction, being not as useful out the gate as Mistis was, but still solid for water strategies. Metaverse either searches or activates a field spell from deck, being a great option for
Which field spell am I going to
activating a
activate?
counter field spell for various strategies, such as Necro Valley and
I
Secret
don't want to talk
Village.
about it.
Evenly Match can be activated at the end of the battle phase and can be activated from hand if you control no cards, forcing the opponent to banish their board face down until they control as many cards as you, which if you're using the from hand application is 1, because Evenly will still be on the board when it resolves. This was a massive tool for going second, something we haven't really seen in a long time for the game, being a way to equalize against a board that was able to fully set up. Lyraless
That card is shit. That card was the biggest bait on release. It was terrible on release. It has been terrible in almost every format afterwards, because at a competitive level, it is incredibly easy to play around, and giving up your battle phase is actually pretty big. I think Evenly Matched is one of the single most overrated cards of all times, and it beats up on idiots, and that is pretty much just it. So, yeah, people, it's one of the cards that as a good player really like frustrates me the most, because people go on how much they evenly match, but like if you just don't suck, it's not a good card.
Recital Starling is a rank 1 that can detach to search a level 1 winged beast, meaning that any deck with rank 1 access now could search DD Crow, which is actually shockingly relevant coming up here shortly. Number 41, Baguska, the Terribly Tired Tapir, is a generic rank 4 that detaches a material in your standby phase or destroys itself. In attack position, can't be destroyed or targeted by effects, and in defense position, changes all monsters to defense and negates the effects of monsters in defense. Baguska, commonly referred to as Plan B, was an extremely common sight in any deck that could make rank 4s moving forward, as if their playlines get interrupted, you could always make a defense position Baguska, which could buy you a turn to regather your resources. Lastly would be 2
It wasn't even the plan B for the Pendulum decks of this era. The Pen decks in this era, literally their entire game plan is go Baguska Pass. I hope it was enough.
imports that we were not expecting to be brought over so soon, being the OCG additions to the last 2 TCG exclusive archetypes, notably being brought over months earlier than usual, as we usually expected to receive them in our Gold Series style sets, like Duelist Saga earlier this year. Subterra Behemoth Fiendus was
okay, yeah, this is the one.
Not that one.
Every Subterra level used to make it times 100, can dump a flip monster from deck to summon a monster from hand face down to a zone at points 2 once per turn, and if a card at point 2 is flipped, you can either search or recur a flip monster.
Yeah.
This was incredibly powerful support for Subterra, with the only real drawback for it being the lack of enablers, with so much of the archetype being high-level bosses, causing Fiendus to see no real play out the gate. Spiral Double Helix was a spiral-locked link that becomes Super Agent on field and in gray. Can declare a card super type to check the top of the opponent's deck, and if called right, searches or special summons a Spiral from deck or grave. This was beyond incredible for Spiral, solving the
or add to hand, which is important. But yeah,
main issue present with the strategy, that being access to Master Plan and Super Agent on a whim, as it was considered Super Agent on field and in gray, making the strategy a complex powerhouse that was bound to make an impact at the next YCS. And YCS Dallas would be held the same weekend, and instantly Spiral became the new Tier 0 mega threat.
Okay, so at this point in my career, I have 5 tops, and I've been to Worlds. And this is now the second event I traveled to by myself on my journey to get really good at the game. This is my first semester in university as well. I remember being very bored in my administrative studies class, in Administrative Studies 1000, I think it was. And in preparation for this event, I literally just had my notebook, and I remember I talked about it in the last one, or in the first part of the recap. I had learned in high school that year, like my last semester in high school, about data management and about hybrid domestic distribution. So how to do the math and probability for drawing combos of whatever, and decks. And I remember for this event and for London, the 2 Spiral events that happened back to back, I had pages and pages of notes in my book. Instead of listening to the lectures, I was just doing math. Because I'm a nerd. No denying it. I'm very much a math nerd. I'm a nerd about everything. I love, yeah. So the drive was a lot more real for me back then. I was really fucking tryharding in that shit. And then I go to Dallas, and I do not even make day 2. I think I lost around 8 or 9. So in 5-3 or 6-3. I don't recall exactly which one I went, but not good either way. Neither better than the other, really. And I remember thinking in retrospect, my die roll win rate was pretty good. I think I won like 6 out of or 7 die rolls, which is really good. I did the calculations manually, no hybrid geometric calculator. Yep, manually. The classes were boring, and then I had math classes as well, and they were just repetitive from high school. It was like intro to calculus, and it's like, what's the derivative of 4x squared? And I'm like, well, I fucking did this last year, like way harder than this. So I just wasn't paying attention. But yeah, so I did bad despite winning die rolls, and what was considered to be the most powerful kind of turn 1 board of all time, really, or one of the most of all time at that point, with the spiral quick fix machine dupe stuff. It was considered broken. But then listening to people talk from that top, they said, oh yeah, I barely won any die rolls. I did so well. And Gamma and Cherries both seemed so good, and were only good going second. And then Marcello chose to go second to this event. And we'll get into London, but it really changed my idea for what I would do the next week at YCS London. Was Trigate Wizard out? Trigate Wizard was not out.
Taking 29 of the top 32, including first place piloted by Imran Khan, who played a mirror match against his brother of all peoples in the finals.
Oh yeah,
the deck
I remember
was
this.
an advantage machine thanks in large part to Double Helix giving quick access to Master Plan and for being considered Super Agent, which in turn allowed the deck to cycle copies of Quick Fix for extra searches, which could be used to cycle them more, providing link material to climb up into firewall
you know
tracking in
Trigate Wizard
multiple
here.
quantities, or can even be used to access more niche options like the new Recital Starling to search DD Crow, Sylvan Princess Sprite to potentially get a spell trap draw, or
This deck, dude. Oh man.
Dualahan to answer a large attack threat. This would also primarily be one of the first true showcases of how powerful Link summoning actually was, especially in the case of a deck that didn't have planning around it to begin with. As more so than Synchros or Exceeds, Link's as a summon mechanic had a host of monsters that would prove to be problematic due to being designed long before the concept was even talked over for the first time. As for what, if anything, could compete with Spiral at this state, the answer was not a whole lot on their own, but a couple of decks did manage here. Trickstar would crack into the top 32 thanks to playing a suite of 13 hand traps, with the primary goal being to stop—
Wait, did we count Honest? There's no way. What, 3, 6? Okay, no, we didn't count Honest. Okay, I was about to say.
up a Double Helix push before it got massively out of hand. Because of all the searching that was going on with Spiral, both Droll and Lock and Ash Blossom were prime candidates, which in turn meant that the Reincarnation Lock had far more natural place in the current meta space than previously. The other deck that cracked in was Invoke, quite notably taking advantage of the variety of hand trap attributes to make their fusions, and the lack of need for main deck space to
Nah! I misclicked.
if anything, could compete with Spiral at this stage. The top natural advantage of the variety of hand trap attributes.
I just wanted to pause because there's no driver. Where's the driver? Driver, hello?
To make their fusions, and the lack of need for
Oh, that's probably a driver, not whatever the fuck that is.
main deck space to absolutely load up on hand traps to stop the new Tier 0 menace. One option that would appear here would be that of set rotation, taking the Oracle of Zephyr approach to lock the opponent out of Spiral Resort while also setting up your own magical meltdown, which gave the invoked player a serious advantage by locking Spiral out of a critical piece of their support. YCS London would be the following weekend, and a very—
Okay, so YCS London. Initially, I booked Texas, the Dallas YCS. It was like a $600 Canadian flight. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna travel more to the events in America. I had not planned on traveling internationally at this point because I was 17, still 17 at this point. And I was like, okay. Then they announced YCS London. I looked at the flights, and it was about just as far as me flying to Texas, and it was cheaper. It was like 500 Canadian. It was literally cheaper for me to fly to London than it was to Texas from Toronto. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to Texas, then I should probably go to London. And that'd be my first overseas event outside of World in Japan. I managed to convince 2 of my friends, Tristan and Shaq, to come with me. And this was like my first time really doing that. I remember flying into Gatwick Airport, which is fucking far as shit from the city for some reason. And I have some funny stories from that event, but it was a rather easy trip. I didn't really have any problems with travel like I do in some of my other stories. It was by all means rather fine. But for this event, you have not been to Luton Airport? No, I've not. I've only been to Gatwick and in London, or I've been to Gatwick and Heathrow. But for this event, remember I talked about noticing a bit of a trend where the people who went second seemed to be a bit better off. Even if it wasn't by choice. Marcello chose to go second, and he had topped. So, turn on Christmas music. No, we're not listening to music right now. There's no music at all. So at this point, I made a decision that was really scary for me because it really wasn't common at this point in Yu-Gi-Oh! And that is, I'm going to build a going second deck, and I'm going to play the entirety of YCS London going second. And it's scary because if people know that, they could make me go first, and my deck isn't built for that. As well as, at this point, it's considered to be a tier 0 format, where this supposedly is the strongest combo deck of all time being played right now in Spiral. And how could you possibly go second against that? Now, I don't want to make it out like I pioneered the strategy. I took a chance on it when very few other people did. But Marcello, as I said, did it in Dallas and got top 16, I think, the week before. I felt like there were issues with his list. And again, I was doing all the math for my own deck lists. So I did the math and redesigned my own going second deck. And don't get me wrong, I do not think it's perfect still. And I would still change things as I've improved as a player and deck builder. But I decided to play going second. And no YCS, I think, ever have I been so nervous entering an event because I'd really gone across the pond. I had like a bit of reputation now to make for myself. I put a lot into it. And I was doing something that's considered very uncanny. So at this point, yeah, I had been to Worlds at 5 tops, which by now like doesn't sound like a lot compared to what I have now. But for me back then, I felt like I had like a decent like showing. I had like kind of made a bit of money for myself because those tops are relatively deep. Like I'd been a match away from Worlds twice, and I got 3rd place twice. And I'd wanted to when can I win an event? Looking back, it was a bit selfish, but yeah. So I went to London not expecting it, and this definitely like encouraged me to continue on with pursuing the ambition of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, dude, I got.
And the other story here. Oh, other story. Oh, Josh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to roast you here. Sitting with Josh at the event on day 1, and I made the comment. I don't know how this came up. I think Furman may have said something along the lines of, he won Pittsburgh, whatever, and then I made the bitchy remark like, yeah, fucking, he got 32nd. He got 32nd at that YCS, by the way, and then won. I, however, despite going 6-0 at the start of the tournament and giving me X1 into day 1, or go at the end of day 1, was X2 and didn't top. I got 34th. I was complaining how twice at that point in my career, it's now been like 8 times, but twice I'd had a topping record and not topped the event. I am very used to it. It literally just happened in the Remote to YCS for me, and it happens all the fucking time. Remote to YCS a little bit weirder because I had a draw, and only 1 draw made it in, but still, it happens all the time. Where I've had a topping record and not topped. And Josh is sitting there and he's like, oh yeah, that's never happened to me. Josh says, yeah, I've never gone X2 and not topped. Guess what happens this event? He spoke it into existence. He goes X2 and he doesn't top. So, nice job, Josh. He owned himself. Yeah, he really did just curse himself by saying that. Getting all braggy. Haha, I've never gone X2 and not topped. Well, welcome to the fucking unfortunate realm of shit. Of course, exactly 1 year later, in YCS London 2018, I would then FTK a Kid Live on feature match and then get 33rd at X2. So, the universe is a cruel mistress, am I right? It really does play jokes on us constantly. Anyways.
I went 9-2 at YCS London with Spiral and got 35th. And we did like 35th or 36th. I don't know exactly, but like it was top 32. It was very sad.
be present, with Spiral once again clearing the tier 0 threshold with 27 of the top 32 spots. Taking first place piloted by Jesse Cotton, a player who had been a familiar face in the field for some time now.
Yeah, so this is my first YCS win. This is top number 6 for me. A deck that I was very nervous with entered the tournament, and obviously worked out well for me. I played 13 mirror matches over the course of 16 rounds. No, 14 mirror matches. I played a single Invoked in top 8, which is one of the craziest feature matches of all time for me. And I played a Trickstar in like round 5 or 6, who I literally beat by tribute summoning a fucking driver because he Inspector boarded me, and I'm like, just attack over it. Big Red says the monster it summons can't be destroyed by battle. So you just walled up, summoned the driver, attacked over, and just fucking did that. Yeah, top 8's the cherries. Top 8, I draw 3 Ghost Reapers versus Invoke. Literally unfucking playable card. I use the Reaper, and then I go Spiral Resort Search. My hand is 3 cherries, 2 Spiral Resorts, by the way. So it's a full house. Whatever. I use the Reaper. I shuffle it back with Resort in the end phase for its effect. Draw for turn. I would like you guys to guess what I drew for turn. Can anybody guess what I drew for turn? Driver. No. I've literally... No! Guys, I set the story episode. You guys are trolling me. Yes, another Reaper. Yes, the Reaper again. I drew Reaper again. I drew the Ghost Reaper for the 4th time. I know the commentators made fun of me for drawing triples, because in the finals, I then drew triples again. I do triple quick fix. 4 Reapers cheater. I remember drawing it and I've been confused. I'm like, wait, did I draw for turn? Like, someone hand and saw 3 Reapers, and I'm like, wait, did I draw? And then I'm like, oh wait, fuck, because I just didn't even process me at first. So it was I was nervous. It's my first time playing on a my 3rd time playing on live stream feature. And remember, the last 2 times I did that were at the 2016 NAWCQ, where the top 8 I lost the match to go to Worlds, and then I lost the 2nd match to go to Worlds. So my nerves were rampant. This match is, this card is Unending Nightmare. When I stack your deck, supposed to put the good cards on top, not triples. Dude. I mean, Quick Fix wasn't the worst. It wasn't good, but it wasn't the worst. But yeah.
Now, taking 5 YCS tops and 7 Premier Event tops, but this would be his first YCS win. One of the more interesting inclusions here would be that of Cyframe Gear.
It's okay. So this is really funny. It says 7 Premier Event tops. I should probably edit the wiki. My friends brought this up. My wiki is just wrong. I scroll so far down. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Okay. Someone fixed it. They fixed it. Okay, before it used to say that I got a YCS top at YCS Dallas that year. Yeah, you copied the wiki. Someone fixed the wiki though. Literally up until recently, it said I topped YCS Dallas. But you know what what actually happened? People saw the deck profile, thought I topped. I won a giant card.
What's up, guys? Live here at...
That's what happened. I won a giant card. And people said that I topped the YCS. And while I'd love to take credit for it, I did not top this event. I won a giant card. I won the giant Akashic Magician. Yep. So I guess, thank you. I guess I Scorched just fixed it. But yeah, I think there may be other small errors on here. I honestly don't know, but that was an error on my list. I know that for a fact. I'm gonna top the event. Yeah, bro, I've topped the event. I'm so crazy. Yeah. Nope, top number 6. Oh, video's gonna go. Yep, throw it out. Yeah. God, remember I had 1 double summon in this deck because I had 39 cards in my deck and I didn't know what to put in. So ass.
Gamma, which provided a layer of insulation at the start of your lines against hand traps, such as Ash Blossom being used against your 1-for-1, which in turn gets you 2 more monsters to use as link material in addition to your standard line. With hand trap
Oh my god, I can't remember I did this. I forgot I played fucking ABC Buster Dragon for cherries because I had the extra deck space. I was like, what else could I possibly need to Ghost Reaper? So I put Buster Dragon in there. Because like you guys may not know this, but back in the day, there were so many like pet deckers who just played ABC. Like there was a decent chance you just played against ABC at any given event. It was so stupid. In fact, literally a few months later, I would lose at YCS Bochum to a fucking ABC player. So it was you, dude. The boring ass deck. You draw a Union Hanger or you lose. What a god. No respect for Dante. No respect for Dante. I did not expect any idiots to show up with that deck. The fact that 400 topped that is insane.
A layer of insulation at the start of your lines against hand traps, such as Ash Blossom being used against your 1-for-1, which in turn gets you 2 more monsters to use as link material in addition to your standard line. With hand trap heavy decks
Tough should have been in
becoming
my
the norm, a deck that would pull a surprising top cut placement here would be Burning Abyss, playing so many starters that hand trapping 1 or 2 of them was by no means a turn end, taking advantage of the meta landscape. Pendulum Magicians would top here as well, seeing a very similar deck comp to before, but now loaded up on hand traps for the Spiral matchup. Quite suddenly, a new ban list would go into effect on November 6th,
Emergency ban
just
list.
1 week after London, believed to be an emergency hit to Spiral to prevent another tier 0 domination.
So I remember I didn't record the deck list in London. I wanted to record it when I got home. And I remember on the flight home, I landed and saw my deck got banned. I'm like, well, now this deck list doesn't matter. Yeah.
Limiting Blackwing Gofu, Spiral Gear Drone, Quick Fix, and Set Rotation. Limiting 3 of the most common play starters for Spiral, as well as 1.
It is a relatively quick fix to the Spiral, but it's not. It wasn't enough.
One of the best counters against the deck, but whether this would be enough was still to be seen. 2 weeks
No, it was not, in fact.
after
Oh, this set's terrible.
received the deck building set Spirit Warriors, which brought new support for 6 Sams and the Secret 6 Samurai, an archetype of quick play and trap cheating light fiends and magical muskets, and fairies that gain effects to their columns from their continuous spells and traps and weather painters. But none of these 3 would be anywhere near viable enough to crack into the meta at large, even with the supposed emergency list in effect. YCS San Diego was the same weekend as Spirit Warriors.
This is how I can tell I was so naive. My testing group, which were the Texans at the time still, wanted to play Go Second Spiral. And I'm like, nah, surely Go Second Spiral isn't as good anymore. Fucking moron I am. I was much worse back in the day compared to where I am now. I think I was more stubborn for sure. In retrospect, Going Second Spiral was very clearly the best deck. And people built it wrong still throughout the format until like kind of the end. So yeah. Going Second Spiral had taken on a different form with tough control, but it was a good deck.
And despite the hits,
I mean, it's like, it kind of like, in some ways, you could argue Spiral was very, very new, and they just turned it from the tier 0 deck into just the best deck. If you want to be generous with them.
Trickstar was good? No, Trickstar was not good, but people played it because they're bad.
Spiral continued to appear as the dominant threat of the metagame, though at a state where others could now compete, or so it seemed on the surface. Faisal Khan would take the event with Spiral, being the brother of...
And this is the funny story, because I'm pretty sure he lost to his brother in the YCS, in the previous YCS, and then won the next one. This is also a pretty cool story.
The YCS Dallas winner that lost in finals a month prior.
Like this build is bad. The concept of tough control is correct. This build ever sucks. And it would still take time for people to learn it. Spiral is very clearly the tier 0 best deck still, in my opinion. And no other deck really keeps up with it. But this format is largely looked upon negatively. And I think even the last one, they never had a chance to really grow and blossom to be their own. I think they're good formats. Not the best, but good. ABC topped. Young Jesse was right. Yeah, no, I wasn't a fucking moron. I said I was worse, not bad. So yeah, at this point I was still like part of my traveling. Can I say this on stream without getting canceled? Probably. Actually, no. Okay, it's about my friend, so I don't want to say it. But yeah. No, I'll say it. I'll just leave the names out. Okay, so San Diego, this event went bad for me. I just scrubbed. My deck sucked. I was I played a bad deck. I played going for a Spiral. It was not the call, and I was out by like round 7 or whatever. And there were no events afterwards for me, so I didn't go to anything. And I had nothing to learn from the event either. And I knew about going second Spiral, and I was so adamantly against it that I shot myself in the foot. But at this event, I'm still, at this point, still new to the community, right? I'm still trying to build up relationships with people so I can travel with them and whatnot. And I remember one of the people that I knew from Detroit, which is a neighboring city to Toronto-ish, so I'd met at a bunch of regionals, went to room with us, and I introduced him to some of my Texan friends. And we were rooming together in San Diego. And I remember introducing the one Detroit friend to the one Texan friend, and the Texan friend worked at a vet, had dog fur all over his sweater. And the Detroit friend says, "Why is the dog fur all over your hoodie?" The first thing they say to each other as I'm introducing them to each other. What do you think Texan guy responds with? What would the dog do in Texan? What do you think Texan guy responds with here? So why is there fur all over his sweater? I'm a furry. I was petting my dog. Something about Detroit bad. Because I F dogs, he said. That's the first impression they have. And they're still friends to this day. Imagine just saying that cold to a stranger you're rooming with. Like meeting for the first time. First impression. Fucking ballsy. That's an icebreaker? It sure is. My jaw dropped. I was 17. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, y'all are just meeting each other and this is how you introduce yourself? That was funny. This event went bad for me though. I can definitely credit to my own mistakes. So, this is a YCS on my books. San Diego's whatever. And there are no events afterwards for me to go to learn from. So, yeah, we'll proceed forward.
Run back of the century. Even with the deck hit pretty bad, the same line of master plan to search 3 is still an incredible power play, especially now that set rotation was limited, meaning getting locked out of combo was less likely. The final YCS of the year would be just a week later in Prague.
So remember how I said I was traveling? Prague was too far. The reason I went to London was cheaper and closer than Texas. While I would start traveling more and more to Europe and South America over the next few years, Prague at this point was still too much for me. I remember I was 17. I was still in university. I couldn't just do it. So, yeah, wasn't there. There's Trigate. Yes, between San Diego and London, I guess, forgot to mention it, there was a structure deck that was released, in which contained, importantly, Trigate Wizard. This was your first premiere event, Prague? Yeah, so I didn't go to this. I went to Bochum, though, which was in Europe the next year, and London again. So I had to go to European events, but Prague was too far, too expensive for me. It was not feasible. And as such, I wasn't really trying to improve my deck after San Diego the same way I was between Dallas and London. How was Trickstar topping? Fucking no, man. Trickstar is good at a punish game. So there's a concept I've kind of been talking about a lot more recently in the channel about decks being noob checks or punish games. These are decks where if you don't know how to play around them properly or play against them properly, they'll just beat you.
ICS
Receiving
Prague
the
2.
title of Prague 2 to help differentiate. Raphael Nevin would take the event with Spiral.
This deck was dope. I played the same deck at this event. We built it together. I got third, I think,
ref.
or fourth. No, I got fourth. I lost the third and fourth playoff. But this was blind second Spiral. And I think this is arguably the only good thing to be said about Spiral format is that it genuinely wasn't, at that point, it wasn't just go first and win anymore, because the deck was that weak to hand traps and Gamma was that good and Evenly was that good and Cherries was that good that like there was a blind second angle to it. And we played blind second Spiral and it was actually very, very cool.
showcasing how even though the deck was more in line now, it was still undoubtedly the best in the room. I wish I could say that this was where 2017 ends, with a nice open meta with a clear best deck, but in a way that was still beatable. But unfortunately, there was one more release right at the tail end of the year. The December weekly Shonen Jump promo would become legal for use on December 1st, being Link Kuriboh, a Link 1 requiring a level 1 that can tribute itself to make an opponent's attacking monster drop a 0 attack, right? And can revive itself by tributing a level 1 monster. All of the issues that were solved on Quick Fix Link climbing immediately became present once more, as you could summon Quick Fix, search a spiral card.
Well, the cool thing was, as a European, we didn't have to worry about that for a while. This only came to us months later, at which point it was still very powerful, but at the time of release, we didn't have to worry about it.
Link it off for Link Kuriboh, pitch the search card to resummon Quick Fix, and do it all again.
You had to control a double agent though, like, and at that point, like if you already controlled both Quick Fix and double agent, you just can make double helix. Like, the card was good, but it didn't actually make that much of a difference in Spiral.
Able to do it up to 6 times between the actual summon of Link Kuriboh and the tribute to summon from Craven.
Was there even an event where this was legal before Spiral got banned? Sydney, the one that Ryan Levine won.
Effect, meaning that with this.
Also for myself, I was in the Worlds grind, because again, I was determined to go back, so I played a fair bit of going second Spiral. My deck was a lot more control heavy. I played Pot of Desires in my deck instead of Foolish Burial Goods, because I wasn't trying to like combo after going second. I was trying to stick in the grind game with Tufts and whatever. And Floodgate Trapples are pretty good too, because people make you go first. So I remember people would draw pass in the mirror match because you don't want to start playing into Cherries or Gamma. Oh yeah, Link Creep wasn't even legal. You're right then. I guess there were no events it was legal for, but I played it at regionals. And yeah, I played very different. I actually played Scapegoat in my deck as well, because if you set one pass, so you still have Gamma and Reaper open, and they pass back because they want to play into it, and you go like end phase Scapegoat, and you just double Mrs. Radiant, you OTK pretty easily. Especially people playing cards like Ghost Trick Jack Frost as well. I think the format is hella interesting. It's very interesting. While it wasn't as relevant then, it was huge. No. Link Reboot makes a huge difference in the game. There's no doubt about it. But I think at the time it really wasn't as huge. Talk about Gumbler already? Is that not happening yet? No, Gumbler happens in about 7 months from this point. So it's mid 2018.
Tier 0 Spiral was back on the menu, which sadly we will need to save for next time, as with this release, 2017 Yu-Gi-Oh! Came to a close. With a year full of Tier 0 after Tier 0, a player base that had been heavily fractured, and a game teetering on the edge of yet another Tier 0 format, everyone still remaining healthy.
And that led us into 2018. The worst year in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! In my opinion. 2017 was marked with a lot of Tier 0 formats. However, in retrospect, those Tier 0 formats were all different. There were many different versions of it. Zoo changed drastically in its builds, with the Pure Zoo to Fusion Sub to 2 Rapier Zoo to Amaker Zoo to post Norden Hit Zoo to post Link Era Zoo. Very different decks. The penned deck in between was solid, and I think Spiral is a misunderstood deck that is not that bad. As well as this year, I really dived headfirst into the game and became more into it. So I look fondly upon 2017. My birthday is December 2nd. So pretty much the year is whatever age I was. So as we went in 2018, I will now be 18. Finally an adult. Yay. 2018, however, I think while not being as Tier 0, the format was significantly worse throughout the entire year. That was the year I really went full hard to events, and I really tried to make more of a name for myself, and we will talk about that as we get to 2018 recap. Striker saved 2018. Striker is super cool, but I don't think it was enough for 2018. It still wasn't enough. So, yeah, plenty more stories to tell, and now we get to hear my actual retelling of events, not just Josh's and not just the objective law perspective, because I'll actually be in attendance at most of these events now. I can tell you stories from which happened, whether there's some that are cool to me or my more pro player perspective on how decks were. And I think that's cool. I know this is a long one, but just a fun. I guess I'll finish this up because there's a minute left. but then I'll do final reminders.
Held out hope that things would get better in 2018. However, it's always darkest before the dawn, and sadly, in this context, it can still get a good bit darker.
I'm about to say, what the fuck?
Gonna get really bumpy really fast.
All right. Well, that marks the end of 2017. That was a banger session. That was a long session. The link, once again, to this video is pinned in the chat. If you like this type of content, make sure to check out the.
Okay, so he's wrapping it up as well. We shall do the same. Make sure you guys go pay your respects to the 2 creators involved in this. Of course, Josh, who we're reacting to in Reactception, and the Law YGO and his channel as well, the original creator of the recap. Make sure you give both their due credit with liking, subscribing, and even just watching it in the background as well. So make sure we don't leave them underappreciated. Do you sell merch? I don't. It's something I actually wanted to pitch to you guys later this week, but hold the topic for now, so I'm not going to go into that. Anyways, guys, that is going to be all for now. I think I want to show you something, guys. Before we go off for today, tomorrow there is not going to be. Oops, not mean to show you guys that. There is not going to be a stream tomorrow because tomorrow we are holding the classroom at 1 p.m. Eastern to accommodate for Europeans, because it's for Weiss's Bologna, the classroom. So there's going to be no stream, as well as if you want to be part of the classroom, then join a Patreon. I have some messages to respond to. And obviously, if you can't make it, then video recordings will be uploaded to Patreon, and you can message me with any questions ahead of time. So should be good. Besides that, this Wednesday will be another Deckless Nightmares. So if you guys want to submit a deck list for Deckless Nightmares and don't mind getting roasted, exclamation mark Deckless Nightmares, you can add it. If you already added a deck from last time, you can add more decks, but also your decks from last time won't get removed. So you don't need to resend the same deck over and over again. That is not a problem. And that should be good. So that's the kind of plan for this week. As well as there was a scientific paper someone sent in chat looking at Maxi, which could be cool to react to. We, however, do not have time for today, as it's already 5 p.m. here in Toronto, and I have some other work to do before the day is done. And we also got to finish the No Extra Deck Festival, so plenty of content ahead. Have a good one, guys. I got nothing else for you. We can end it all with some good old Christmas music. And I will see you all hopefully tomorrow in the classroom. If not, then on Wednesday. Oops. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Baitmaster, sure. You'll have to remind me, but that's fine. Happy birthday. My birthday is like 2 weeks away still. That's not rush. Actually, it's exactly 2 weeks away. And then it'll be what, 19? Actually, I wanted to ask you guys this before I'll head back here. Okay. Hello, I've returned. Hello, duelists. I've already lost 100 viewers, but that's okay. For those of you that are still here. Yeah, so it's my quarter century birthday. It's 25th birthday, which is pretty funny. Lining up with Yu-Gi-Oh's never-ending quarter century. But is there anything in specific that we should be doing? Like what do other content creators do that could be fun? Because I'm down for ideas. Next year, no, I'll not be 25 again next year. A secret stream? Plan a Dreamcast. What? QCR Jesse, I will be quarter century rare. In 2 weeks' time. 99, baby. Oh yeah. I'm a 90s kid for a total of 29 days. Currently I have nothing planned. I will likely be streaming. So if we have any good ideas, feel free to pitch. Right now, I mean, it would just be the normal Master Duel shenanigans, but it'd be cool if I have something better planned. I'll try to think of something. 24-hour birthday stream. No, that sounds like a punishment to me. Like, yeah, that sounds not fun. A Jesse cooking stream? Ugh. A subathon? Yeah, I don't know about that one, champ. Subathon sounds rough. Maybe a subathon is something we do around winter break. I don't know. I don't know if subathon is something that might would even do well for my chat, but I could try it. Maybe stream where you accept gifts of $5 to play their decklist for a game. I don't know where you've been, but I've been doing that for 2 weeks. And I've done it before on the channel. Anyone who subs gets to just like I play their deck, assuming I own it. Obviously, if you give me a deck that's either not legal or a deck I don't have, then no, but it's also not worth my money to like build a deck for $5. Because Master Duel's expensive. Alright. I will actually bid you guys adieu now this time because I have some stuff to do before dinner time, and I have whack. And gave it away. Thank you for the sub, Wank.